Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville. One more crack at a ring wraith here, and you can see he's gonna be very nurgly. Look at that, he's got the pustules going there. So yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be a little bit like this guy right here. Sorry for all the delays there, Armored Wolf. And I never even got the print started. Well, I got the prints going on the FDM machine, but never got a chance to even get the prints going on the resin printer, so we'll try and do that after the stream so that can run into tomorrow. Hey there, Valfera. Hey there, Landras. Nice to see everybody. So yeah, I'm thinking brown for this. More of a greenish thing, and obviously we're going to go with a very warm green on the sword over here because the whole Nurgly thing, which again, it's going to be sort of like this. So nice to see you there, Landras. Hopefully you had yourself a blast today. So yeah, Valfera, I thought they were going to need some more goalposts in Vandy. Yeah, I thought, well, they're renovating the stadium anyway, right, Valfera? So what's another set of goalposts? And I was hoping they would get that onside kick. Let's see. There is a new boss man in the SEC, though, that's for sure. It was very chalky today, Valfera, for the most part. Yeah, it was pretty super chalky. However, there was there were some teams that had some nervous moments. That's always good, right? You want to see them have those nervous moments for sure. So we're going to be rocking the fluoro yellow, the fluoro green here. Hey there, Snapdragon. How you doing? Snapdragon, happy Saturday to you. We have less than an hour now of Saturday here. All right, let's work in our floral green here. This is going to be the much warmer variety here. Hey there, M. Tellies. Are you at Shea Landress right now, M. Tellies? I hope that you're doing well. That's 45 months worth. That 45, that's almost as many points as it was a big day for backup quarterbacks in college football. It was a big time day for backup quarterbacks. Like I said, there's a bunch of teams that well, let's see. Texas A&M has they have a new they got themselves a new signal color, I think. So Snapdragon, nice to see you. I hope that you are doing fantastic. Hope everybody's doing really well. So again, MTOWs, thank you so much. And MTOWs, if there anything that you've been working on, you want to share in the chat. I don't know if you got any special events, Halloween events happening at the Game Castle or whatever. If you do and you want to let anybody in the Santa Clara area know about that, just drop that all in the chat like usual, right? Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. So Nurgle Matthew, look at this. So yeah, Nurgle Matthew, this is your Wraith. I think that's a game show. This is your Wraith. But this is totally right up your alley here, Nurgle Matthew. Look at this. And again, we're going to be treating it like our Skaven guys right here. Snapdragon, I'm glad that now this is kind of I don't know, it's not really the new method so much because we started doing it, I think in February, when we started doing the Tomb Kings, and I said, well, pre-glaze, ain't no way that's getting in there. Or at least the sponges. So that's when we started doing this darker primer routine here. And it's definitely allowed some interesting possibilities because you don't have to worry about staining colors or anything like that. So it does open up a few different things. Yeah, there was well, and did you see that there was a couple of other Survive in Advance games out there? There was a few other ones that were way closer than they should have been. So it's going to get interesting with this new format here. Now, let's see. I'm trying to think if Miami's going to have a chance to move up to 5. I don't think so, because they're number 6, right? Armored Wolf. At least that's what I think. That's what they started today as. That was another one of those survive in advance games there. But now I think it's Smoo in Miami. Yeah, I think Smoo is going up against Miami. That's going to be interesting. Or no, 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 not no, never mind. That would be Smoo, because they're in the Big 12. I think they're going up. I don't know. I don't know what Colorado is doing right now. I think it was 17-14, something like that. I mean, this is the College Football Report, brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. Yeah, Belfair, that wasn't. They didn't just beat LSU. And again, that that was a real interesting second half. Very interesting. Okay, so we're gonna get something lighter going here now. Let's here try some of this. Move you over this way. This is from Navarette Studios, like the other Wraiths. Or the one, I mean the one we did last night. Sorry, last night also Navarette Studios. Hey there, Blades and Dark Horse. Nice to see you guys. So Blades, I hope that you had yourself a nice Saturday. Maybe drop some more of this down over here. Some of that over here. Not so much over there. Yeah, Velfira, I think, well, and, you never really know because in his first year at Bama, Saban also had multi-losses. Well, the guy who's in big trouble uh, is the guy in Florida State. Because after these last 2 years, I cannot imagine he's still going to be around. So yeah, Dark Horse, LSU, they had no answers for Moss, that's for sure. They had no answers whatsoever. I don't know, let me see what happens. Maybe that's a little muchly, but we're going to be doing our glazy stuff there anyhow, so. Yeah, Velfira, lots of turnovers there, which definitely is not, that's not their game style. That is not how they play. So Blades, if you want to share any of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Alrighty, now we're going to start doing some of the other dry brushy stuff. It's going to be, we actually have Quinacridone Magenta out on the palette here. Whatever that might mean. This should, oh yeah, that was going to be our brownish color. Let me get some of this here. Some of this here. I was thinking about going with the. Now let's roll with this first. Let's just roll with that first and see where that takes us. Everybody, please check out that Insta link that Blades just shared. Please give Blades a follow. You know what? Let me let that migrate a little bit further that way too. And then we're going to actually do a kind of a greenish glazy thing over the top of this. Believe it or not. There's more pustules. There's pustules all over the place. Yeah, Nurgle Matthew, this is definitely your kind of fell beast here. Yeah, Veilfair, I mean, we'll see. Maybe Navy going through this now. That's it's almost the best thing that could happen before they have to play Army. I mean, we'll see how that rolls. You never know, right, Velfira? Sure, we'll put some of that over here. It would be tough to reach some of this stuff. Again, this is the reason why we've been doing that darker primer is just in these kind of cases here where there is no way you would be able to get a makeup sponge down in there after some of this stuff. So again, great to see you. Let me see a little bit more of this here. Let's start getting this out. You know what? Maybe even a little bit more with the white in there. Okay, yeah, there's more. Wow, there's just air pustules all over the place on this guy here. Let me tell you. So basically, all I could really do is just take this brush and just kind of shove that down in there. Yeah, just imagine me trying to get any kind of makeup sponges down in there. I mean, I suppose I could take like a, oh, what would that be? I don't even know if not that I really like those very much. The stupid tweezers, yeah, those things never really seem to work all that well. What is this? Oh, that's our burgundy over there. Yeah, Velfira, I was trying to get some more prints going. I haven't even had a chance to, well, I don't know. I think we're starting to lean towards that P1 printer, Velfira. That's the other thing I was trying to kind of determine. But since the P1 is the same size, now I think Sectorix, he didn't quite know what I was talking about because I did not see the build plate that comes with the X1. That is not, they have a bunch of build plates for sale, but I did not see the build plate for the X1 there. Not the one that I have. So I think he might have thought I was talking about something else because that is not there. Because I thought, well, if it's there, and then I saw that there were build plates on sale, but no dice, not for the ones I was looking for. There we are. Yeah, Dark Horse, at some point, I'm really hoping that I can get the, because I actually have two more Gandalf on Shadowfax miniatures. One of them is the old classic metal figure that Recoil sent. And then the other one, well, actually, there's another one by Printing Goes Evron. I think there's another one by Diwali. I think there's even another one by Kurzlook. Part of our Endless Gandalf series. Come on, there we go. Now, apparently there was, I don't know if there was an FAQ on this guy's rules since this edition. I'll have to start referring it to the current edition because now we have the new edition. Hey there, AD. Hey there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, I don't know, just if you want to be kept up late at night, just watch the second half of the LSU Texas A&M game. Yeah, if you want some nightmares, just check that out. So nice to see you there, AD. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So Horns fan, there's a new boss man in the SEC right now. And it's a different Texas. We shall see how that plays out. Okay, so I think we're starting to get here. Horns fan, Velfira and I thought that Vandy was going to need to buy some new goalposts again. That was looking a little dicey. Looking a little dicey there. But yeah, well, I mean, congratulations. As long as you win, right, Horns fan? In this environment, well, look at Indiana. All right, Indiana, are they 8-0 now or are they 7-0? With all these buys and everything, I can't quite tell where teams are in their seasons. But I mean, Indiana's just winning the games. Oregon just winning the games. Now Ohio State, that's another team that's looking a little, shall we say, shaky. I'm gonna get me some more of my fast Matt White out here. Where the heck did you go? Where are you hiding now? You were in here. Now you're not, unless you're up here. Yep, that's what I thought. Gotta get some of this out there. Snapdragon, well. And that was with the. That's why I was saying that today was a day of backup quarterbacks, because Indiana. I mean, they had to play a backup quarterback, and Washington. They're not the. They're not the team they were last year, but they're not nothing. Well, let's see here. Let's get some more of this lighter stuff down here. Hey there, Rich. How you doing? Yeah, Horns fan. That was most unfortunate. That was not what I was hoping for there. I mean, well, it was certainly better than the last several seasons that they've had. And of course, I don't know if it's December 12th or December. It's that. Was it the second weekend of December there? Their second Saturday in December. That's of course that's a big game that we're looking for. Thanks, AD. Geez, I don't know. I think you saw it last night. Where? Oh, here we go. So this was actually a new little combo that we did here. I was using the fluorescent yellow and the Hansa yellow there. And we wanted to go lighter because we're going to do a snow base on this. So icicles hanging off the branches and such. So yeah, and of course we went a little bit heavier with the spots on this one since it was lighter. We thought, what the heck? Why not? Let's do that. So that was pretty fun. That's also another Navarette Studios one. So thanks for joining us here, Rich. Appreciate you being here. And Horns fan, I finally got a chance to see the Ubers commercial with Boz. Let me hit some more of this. Oh yeah, let's hit these guys too. Down here, he's got himself some little friends down there. Couple little buddies. Oh, look at this. Couple more little buddies. Yeah, look at all these little friends that he has here. Horns fan. Well, of course, Horns fan. I'm still used to the divisions in the conferences with the Big Ten and the SEC. So not having those is a little confusing, I gotta say. Sorry about that, AD. I know you were saying that it's you're doing the lone wolf thing there. So Blades, hopefully you're gonna be able to get yourself some sleep tonight. And again, happy Saturday to you. Well, happy Sunday to you too, because it's already well into Sunday for you guys. And of course, AD, I don't know if you had a chance to share anything in the chat there, but you want to do that, please go ahead. Again, here I'm going to be going with more of a darker greenish color. Down here, as you can see, we're going for the fleshy tone because this here is what we want to do, is something like that. Yeah, Horns fan, that was really, the the quarterback of LSU there. I want to say Nerrickson because of the miniatures, but well, the son of several coaches there. I mean, he was just almost perfect in the first half. He couldn't hit. Well, he was hitting nothing but black jerseys in the second half. You can't say he's colorblind because it was literally white jerseys and black jerseys. Sure, let's do a little bit more on that down here. I might still try to do some of our greener stuff up there, but let me try something here. Try some of this, some of this. And then we're going to get some glazy things on here. And then it'll be all shiny like our guy from last night. Now, was it this one where it was pretty wild to see the film noir? There we go. So different, and also look at this. It's like there's no shading on that armor until in comes all the warmer tones. All of a sudden we got ourselves some contrasty stuff going on, and then of course there's this crazy thing here. And we've done it a couple times last night. Look at how that gets lighter. So the light source gets lighter, and then you add the color and it gets darker, that's so wild, right, Velfira? That's absolutely wild. So Horns fan again. I think. Well, do you think, Horns fan, that this whole idea of what would you call them? The eye candy wins and the good losses and all that kind of stuff. I think that language is out the window now. Wouldn't you say, Horns fan? I don't think there's. I mean, obviously there's impressive wins, but it's. You beat somebody by 60, it's like, whatever. Let's see what happens when you play these guys on the road in your conference. Horns fan, I guess that just goes to show you if you're gonna do this like A&M, yeah, it's the same thing with A&M, yeah. Even LSU had the early stumble. Well, it's the same for whatchamacallit, Clemson. Because Clemson got destroyed by Georgia, I believe, that first week, right? And all of a sudden, well, it's a whole different conversation. So Velfira is just, that's why that blue object source lighting, remember how we were talking about it? You're asking about that, and Armored Wolf and I, we just kind of found that blue object source lighting, or violet, whatever, those just tend to be, they get kind of dark and they kind of stay dark. Now, I might actually hit this first. Let me do that. You know what? I think I'm even gonna break out this thing. My hand is kind of stuck on that. I'm going to use the Van Dyke Brown here and our Mars Black. And now here again, this is where the stream just takes on a whole new dimension. Right here, look at this. Where we just sit here and mix paint with thinner. I mean, this is like a 4th and 35 last play of the game right here. Needing a touchdown to score. That is just how riveting this is. Yeah, check this out. You don't get this on every stream. No siree. Alright. Now, Mr. Wraith going to get himself some of this darker stuff here. Well, I hope you can catch yourself some rest there, AD. Thanks for being here. And again, AD, if you wanted to share anything in the chat before you head out, please feel like you can do that. Just great to see you here as always. Valfira, the one thing about this method right here, I have had to restock. All kidding aside, I've had to restock on the thinner because we don't really use all that much thinner in the pre-glaze, right? But this different story, whole different ball of wax right here. So it's gonna be all glazy time here for a little while. Let me see if I can good, I can just get that thing down in there. Sure, let's just roll with this. Let's just keep it going here. So Horns fan, I know that Cincinnati, Colorado, that was a relatively close game that was going on there. I have no idea. I think they probably went into the half or something by now. Yeah, well, Velfira, remember the wings last night? Remember how shiny they were? And within, I want to say, less than 10 minutes, we were already dry brushing stuff over the top of it. It was insane. Actually, Velfira, it's one of the reasons why I've basically been able to, the next day, just like grab these things by their wings or whatever, and actually be able to, haul them around. Which normally that's not quite how that goes. Hit this just with some of the dark here. We'll come back with our rusty stuff there too. So yeah, that should be interesting out there in the Pac-12. I think there's a big game for the Cyclones coming up. It still has to be weird, Horns fan, thinking like, okay, Pac-12, but no Oklahoma, no Texas. Not that Oklahoma is in the SEC either. Yeah, Horns fan, just look at it this way. There's a couple of other teams that would love to still be Texas right now. So you just gotta kind of roll with what you got. And sometimes well, you know what? We'll just and that's better than some of the other situations around the league. Yeah, and so much control too, right? Just so much control over it. And dare I say, probably a whole bunch cheaper too. Now I might mess with the wings on this. No, you know what? I should do the stuff on the base here. Let me just slam into some of this with what we got going on here. Okay, that's not supposed to go on that corner there. Wow, look at that, just doing that pinline washi stuff everywhere. That's really wild to see. I mean, it defies gravity. Look at that. It absolutely defies gravity. Hey there, Elite. So Elite, it was another wild day in college football. We didn't quite have massive upsets, but there was a whole bunch of scares. There were plenty of scares out there. And it was a day for backup quarterbacks. A day for quarterbacks to come off the bench and just literally light up the scoreboard. Alright, I think we're good down there. Now we're going to hit this stuff up here, which means Perline. Move this over here. Lots of Perline black. And some of our brown there. Some of our brown ochre. Even a touch of our phthalo green there. So again, this riveting mixing of the paint here. Whoops. Don't need that much Perline black in there. Velfira, yeah, it's like doing regular glazes on the moon. That's what it is, Velfira. Here we go. Oh, that's got some decent. Yeah, we got a decent amount of green work in here. Then that's good. That's what I was hoping for. Yes, indeed. And that looks a wee bit different now, doesn't it? Just a wee bit different. Look at that. Oh, that glazy stuff happening. That is very fun. Ah, see all that? Look at that. See all that skin tone color that's now kind of peeking out there from all the greens? So this is our Nurgly Fell Beast that we were talking about here. This is the Undying Wraith on Fell Beast. Bit more this way now. What do we got going on here? There's some more. So look at that. All right. Now let's see if we can do some of that over here. So we got some warm stuff going on in there, some cooler stuff going on with the Perline black. But remember, we also have the brown that's in there. I am going to hit this thing though, so that doesn't just, there we go, just roll right off of there. And look at the difference between these two wings. Now we do it again. Let that just settle down in there. Boom. Look at that. See all that nice little kind of fleshy goodness there. And all I can do is just touch the brush to this. If I try brushing that on, all of that stuff's going to get swept away. Talk about roll tide. Yeah, it'll just be literally swept away with the with that post glaze, I guess, if you want to call it that. Then we get a whole bunch darker out here on the edge. I don't know, Velfra. I might have to do a video on this. I might have to do this one again. Because I wish I could have taken step-by-step images on this to literally show that that was almost the same as the wings on the other side there. I mean, it was pretty close. Let me get some of that out of there. Yeah, let me just get a little bit of the... There we go. A little more of the thinner here to try and facilitate a little bit of mixing. So yeah, look at all that. We've got ourselves some of that fleshy tone poking through. Down on the... You know what, let's... let me roll with something a little different over here. I think I'm even going to use a smaller brush for that. Phthalo, phthalo green here. Floral green. Indian yellow. Some thinner. There. Ah, that's it. That is it. That's gonna start to tone down that source lighting out here, further away from the sword. Boom! There we are. So, I forget what does. There was a couple of potential big matchups for next week there. I mean, well, you know, you can't. Kentucky, Tennessee, you can't sleep on that one either. There's nothing easy. It's not like the old days. Now, of course, I think probably the biggest matchup is going to be, and I don't know if this is in Ohio State or if it's in Happy Valley, but it's got to be Ohio State, Penn State. That has to be your big matchup because that's probably like number 4 and number 3. Could be wrong again, but I think that they're probably now the rankings might change. Why do we welcome in Professor Grimm? How you doing there, Professor? Nice to see ya. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Professor Grimm a follow if you could. So, Professor Grimm, thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate that. And of course, you know, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do so. I know you just finished your stream, so unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth, you might need a little bit of time, or you could just, if you got some work in progress, whatever, Insta, Discord, you want to share that, please go ahead. Let me see, 38 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. This was what we call a paint-free object. We just finished doing, and we're doing all oils here. We did our dry brushy stuff with our big old filbert brush. Then we came in with our craft brush, and we did some really fun different glazes over the top. Those are starting to set now. And then over here on our object source lighting, we're doing a little bit more of our, again, some more of this glaze type stuff. Now what we're looking to do is kind of have a Nurgley ring wraith, which means, see all those kind of, well, very sickly colors on the skin tone there? That is what we're looking to do here on our skin of our ring wraith. Now, last night's stream was a ring wraith of a different color. This one's ultimately going to get a snow base, and he's a much lighter fell beast, lots of rust on him there, and then we did some yellow source lighting on that one. The stream before that was this guy here, again with a different light source color. We've been basically painting one ring wraith per stream. Also a Balrog, also a dragon. This one's more of a nautical theme, so you can see a very different coloration from the other one there. So Elite, there's a bunch of trap games, and that's one of them. Now, I don't know if that's in Eugene or if that's in the big house. If that's in the big house, that is a definite trap game right there. If it's in Eugene, we'll see how that goes. So, Professor Grimm, thank you so much again for the raid. That is appreciated. We're going to have to probably bring back some of our lighter glow stuff there. And again, of course, to help determine where did my... there it is, over there. You want to maybe determine where some of your glow might go. Oh, look at this. We got ourselves a little flashlight, right? That tells me, okay, how much light maybe hits over there. Same thing going this way, right? Or same thing back there, right? So we might have to get some more of our green glow back there too. Everybody, please check out that link that Professor Grimm just shared, and please give Professor Grimm a follow if you could. No problem there, Professor Grimm. Everybody check out that Discord link. And again, please give Professor Grimm a follow. Velfira, what's interesting is that we had to set it all up right for our snow. Because there's a lot of reflected light there, because all of that is actually ultimately going to look like this, right, with all the snow and the icicles and stuff. So the fell beast is actually going to get a lot darker. It will actually get darker. Now, we have to choose, do we get in here with some of our other glazy colors, or are we going to do that violet stuff? Let me do some of the violet here. So just like we did the greenish glazes on top, now we're going to do some of that violet stuff here. And we will also probably be doing, I think it's safe to say we're going to probably be doing some blending along the way too. So again, there's some of that violet in there. Let that work its way down into here. Now here, I am inclined to actually get in with another brush and then do some mixing. So we might be doing that. Again, it's a whole different look to this side. Yeah, Velfira, it's all too easy for that to happen, believe it or not. That can most definitely happen. So you can see what I'm doing here. I'm actually intentionally picking up some of the skin tone color there and pushing it this way. So here, unlike here, right, where we wanted to leave that as intact as possible, we're kind of doing the opposite thing down here. Yeah, Elite, I forget, I think is that another Texas team? I forget if Race is a Texas team or if it's it's been a while since Rice was relevant, so I'm kind of trying to remember here. Again, see, we're letting some of the skin tone get blended in there. Gonna hit some of that down here. And we're using traditional oil paints right out of the tube. Winsor Newton, Gamlin, Richardson, Williamsburg. Those are the brands that we're typically using. And this will be, if it's not dry by tomorrow, it's going to be mostly dry, because those couple of ring wraiths you saw me bring out, yeah, those all were pretty much dry the next day. Even this guy here, and this one was more of a nautical theme, a little different glowy color right there. Hey there, Eep Jeep, nice to see ya. So Eep Jeep, I hope that you are doing well. Still a happy Saturday here, but happy Sunday to most everybody else. I do believe for most folks it's probably Sunday. Now here we are gonna even take some of that green and we're gonna start to move some of that around. So again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Professor Grimm posted, and please give Professor Grimm a follow. So thanks, Professor Grimm. I really appreciate that raid. Now, Professor Grimm, so let's see, were those vampires for a fantasy armor or for a AOS? Now that we're back to old Warhammer Old World, you know, I'm not even gonna get any more time. I'm just gonna again grab some of this, and I'm just gonna yank it around with this brush. So look at that. I mean, we got all kinds of Nurgly goodness going on here in this skin tone. So Nurgle Matthew, wouldn't you say that oils are just kind of made for Nurgly stuff? This video here, this wasn't the only figure I painted in that video, and it was still only a couple hours long. Warhammer Underworlds. That's multi-purpose. Using them for Frostgrave as well. So again, everybody please check out that Discord link there that Professor Grimm posted. Now, what are we going to do here? We're going to let this remain a little more intact. I'm just going to guide it. Now, the Navarette Studios rates, they have a lot of nifty tech. Look at this. See all that? It's just kind of sinking down into the crevices there. Now it's going to roll out to here where we've got some of the green from the dorsal side. Now we're working on the ventral side of the wings here, and we still have some of the green down in there. So Eep Jeep, I'm glad to see you here. Actually, this is Ring Wraith number 10. So in the month of October, we have now painted 10 Ring Wraiths, a Balrog, a Cave Dragon. Then remember we did the 6 little Gobos, we did them. We also did the Watcher in the Water. We did the Necromancer. It's been quite the month for scary big guys. Well, great to see you. Actually, now, Professor Grimm, will you be able to make Adepticon this coming year, even with the move? I know that the move has made it more challenging for a whole bunch of folks. Well, for me too. So hopefully the move doesn't get Adepticon out of your schedule there. Come on. Hey there, Denethor. Nice to see you there, Denethor. Of course, which Denethor is it? Which Denethor is it? Is it Chill Denethor here? Or is it going to be everybody's favorite Pyro Denethor? There we go. So nice to see you there, Denethor. So Denethor, oh, and I see that you're going to be on on Banco Buckus's birthday stream, so congratulations. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share, I know you got a Discord link, I believe, that you can share with some stuff that you've been working on. Yeah, Professor Grimm, It ain't cheap, right? It ain't cheap. Let me work more of the violet over this way. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, it just happens. It just happens all by itself. We haven't even gotten to our quinacridone magenta yet. It'll be fun to eventually get to that. More of that here. So if I forget when that was, I guess it already happened. Somehow I thought that was next week. But in any case, I'm glad that you guys had tons of fun. Hopefully, Banco had lots of people watching. Yeah, Professor Grimm, there's lots of temptation there. Right? Lots of temptation. Now, Denethor, this was our one from last night. We never did this kind of yellow before. Again, that's the fluorescent yellow with the Hansa yellow and then the white. Now, we're going to be adding snow and ice to the base. So that will be different. And Denethor, I don't think you saw this one either. Right? This one is from, this is not a Navarette Studios. This one is from Medusa Project right here. And then, of course, let me see if we can grab him here. There he is. So there's our Moray Dragon. That is not Smaug, because Smaug is about 2.5 times that size. At least. He's at least 2.5 times that size. Thanks, Denethor. Yeah, this is the Nurgley Wraith that I've been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks. We're finally getting down to our Nurgley Wraith here. And I might have to do a video on this one. I have to say. Well, it would be at least a couple of videos. So, gee whiz, I guess I gotta print me another one of these. Because I do think this could make for an interesting series of vids here. It kind of plays off of, again, what we did in the Skaven series. So I think, you can really start to see the similarities there. Well, Denethor, I mean, it was 24 hours, right? And yeah, we had some crazy stuff going on with Twitch being twitchy here as well a few streams ago. There was nothing that I did, that's for sure. I'm gonna try and get me a teensy bit. Look, see this? See how those wings aren't so not so shiny anymore, are they? Not quite so shiny. And I don't know if we'll do maybe we'll do some more of the spots on the wings too. Now when this stuff settles in, I mean, look at this. Look at all that nifty violet and all those fun colors. And again, we've been painting this for 53 minutes. 53 minutes ago, this was just primer and nothing else. I mean, like this stuff down in here, does it really get that much easier? So yeah, Professor Grimm, well, the only times I really made it into the vendor hall there was just to drop off miniatures or do whatever. But I know there's always tons of really nifty stuff there in the vendor hall. I might do something like that here. We'll make that more of a red. We'll go with a red here too. Quinacridone, magenta, and Some of our red there. Pop that down here on the chompers too. So that's the our Perline Crimson. More here. And then we might now go back into some of our source light, because again, that's the thing we established first. Source lighting first, and again, we have the fabulous flashlights here that we can use, and there's all different types of these, right? And that helps us determine where that stuff should go. So yeah, all of this, again, you see I got the greens in there. This was actually almost kind of a fleshy color on both sides. But here we did like a perline black slash brown ochre mix in there. I wonder, I'm going to try something over here. Let me try perline black. And some of this. There we go. And even this is essentially kind of a dry brushy thing right here. Till we grab ourselves a blending brush. Hashtag no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. Now that can't get too late, because then the skin, of course, won't stand out. So we gotta be judicious here. Let's not go crazy. Get the blending brush. There's plenty of paint there that can be moved around and manipulated. It's definitely wet. It might look dry now, instead of the super shiny stuff that we had going on there not too long ago. Again, you can see we're doing a little bit of our let's see, which brush were we using? There it is. I'm gonna go with more of that light blue. I had to get some more of my fast matte white out there. And as always, they're not gonna work on the wings now. We gotta get all this stuff settled, because guess what? I gotta set my hand over there. So in the meantime, we work on this stuff here. We work on this. We'll probably try to do some dry brushing of that brown ochre over the top of this. Oh, here's a smaller blending brush. Any brush can be a blending brush, of course. You know what? I think some of that green is going to work its way back here. I do believe so. Blending brush. I'll just use this. Whatever. No big deal. Alright, let me get to our lighter green then. Denethor, I was really hoping that these things could be a really good demonstration tool for, well, not just the oils, but for object source lighting, for some rust, for different types of skin and such, and they really have been perfect for it. Yeah, most of them are Navarette Studios, but there are a few, and I'm hoping to have that Witch King ready to go for the Monday stream, and it would either be the Navarette Studios one or the one from whatchamacallit, from Medusa Project. Too much there. I'm going to spin it around this way. Now I can get to the right parts. There we go. This does have a little bit of our opaque stuff in there. That's because otherwise, right, this would not really cover it all because fluorescent oils are not opaque. And that's the hard thing for a lot of folks when they're first getting used to the oils. This notion that, well, some colors are going to be very opaque and others are going to be very translucent, and it has nothing to do with, the lighter ones. Well, those are going to be opaque. The darker ones will actually cover less so unless you do the dry brush stuff with them. In that case, then they will cover. I think I can capture a little more of the green down here. So the nice thing about this, right? Okay, we're only an hour in. It means that, if I want to do it, let's say if this is for a contest or whatever, now I have more time to do, what would you say, the fancy stuff or whatever, because we've established all of the initial stuff straight away. Let me get this brush out of the way, because that thing's rolling around with paint on it, and I'll end up with a bunch of paint on my arm, and then I'm going to hit something, and that will be no bueno. So sorry I didn't get a chance to join you guys there, Denethor, on Bonko's stream. Actually, I think that might be the first time Bonko's streamed in a little bit. And hopefully, I don't know if Arathu was on there too. Actually, Arathu was, I think, was Arathu here last night? I think so, or was it the night before? So now that that's starting to set, I'll be able to get in there a little bit more with our quinacridone magenta, maybe some of the Perline crimson. Let me roll it this way. So let me see. I don't think this is not an RPG Saturday. Saturday, is it, Landrast? I know that you've been. Well, there's been the other game that you've really been liking. Now this will start to get some of our lighter green up here. So everybody, please check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. This also is going to get some of our green over here. And you can see I can kind of actually rely on the translucency of the fluoros there. I'm just letting those work for me. Now with the oil paints, you can thin the oils. However, you cannot dilute them. As you saw, as evidenced by the glazes that we did here, right? None of those again were diluted paint. It was thinned down, which meant it went down into the crevices, but it was not going to be it's not like acrylics. Let's say you take a color that's white or something like that. In oils, that's a super opaque color. You can thin that down to next to nothing, and it's still going to be opaque. Which is why we use that for some of our glaze things on our source lighting, like down in torches and such. That's fantastic, Denethor. Let me try, a little bit more of a light right there. Some more down here. Over here. Now keep in mind, I think Tuesday I'm really shooting for an early, I mean, like an insanely early start time, something more like in the 8-ish range or something like that. And that was, we were hoping to do that for Kathy's birthday stream. And we have one of these ready to go, plus those Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. And again, where there's just a two, because Boomits just wasn't able to sculpt any more. But at least we got the two. Now let's see. Well, Denethor, well, let me know if that works out for you. Yeah, the nifty thing about the oils is that if you obviously working them with the brush, you can make them much thinner, but unlike, say, the acrylics, where the brush, even if you have a super fine brush, it's still not as fine as what you can get with oils, because the water itself has its own thickness, whereas the oils are not going to have that extra bit of thickness to them. Yeah, I thought it had been, I mean, potentially a month or so since the last time Bonko actually did a stream. Let me try to get a little bit more light here. I think we've got the sword light hitting the wing there. Now, believe it or not, we can actually get a whole bunch lighter with that. Only if I actually get some more of my fast matte white out here. So let's do that. Again, some of that right here. Now, Denethor, that's the Age of Mythology. That was kind of the game that came after Age of Empires or whatever, right? It's hard to believe that is still around. Get some of my floral yellow into that. A little bit of the Indian yellow. And into this we go. So really try and finalize some of the latest lights here on the object source lighting. And all the places you would kind of expect, like up here on his head. Technically could go a little lighter than that if necessary. A little more of our light up there, some there. Well, that's Wild Denethor. I just remember some of the music from that. And actually, I remember that was where you could kind of make maps and scenarios and stuff. And Kathy had made a bunch of those. We tried to make scenarios for each other, I think. Alright, I could catching a couple more of our lights up there. Oh yeah, you know what? On his armor there. Ooh, let me take away a bit of that. Okay, there we go. Some of that here. Yeah, I think we should make that lighter too. And of course, we have the initial stuff plus the glaze things that we did that we can also mix with here. So you can see how that light's starting to cascade down this way. Yeah, Denethor. What was? Oh, civilization, right? Civ. That's a little bit easier for me because inevitably there's 10,000 things going on, and you can't just keep pausing it all the time. Set up a bunch of stuff and then go do it. Yeah, we should still get our light right along that edge. Some of that, I might still have to be sticking my finger there, so we might have to redo some of those. Going back to my floral green here. There we are. Because some of the darks there. I need a little bit more of the green in the darks. Maybe some of that right in here. Now we definitely need to get some light on the top of this shoe thing here. And there was one, I think it was a sort of like Age of Kings or whatever. It was, Empire Earth, I think that's the one. And that was also one of those real-time things. And once you got into, well, I don't think it was like the robot age or something like that, it was impossible. Because all of the computer control robots, they all did exactly what they needed to do. And you were trying to get to the first robot, and the computer was on like robot number 45, and you had no chance. Because everything was moving way too fast. I think the last computer game I ever played was in 2013, I believe. Yeah. Well, huge surprise. Once 2014 rolled along, all of the computers needed to be used for video production. So that pretty much ended the video game stuff. And it's hard to believe that was 11 years ago. Now we've got, some of the later stuff on the... you know what? I might do a touch more on some of these areas here as well. Not quite as much as what we're doing on that side over there. Blending brush. I'll use this one. So see, we just chuck that lighter stuff in there, and then we just take our blending brush. We can sort of fade the edges a little bit there. I don't think we need to keep going down any further there. A little more light along the edge of that. Yeah, Denethor, I remember the old Civ, we're talking like Civ 1 or Civ 2, where you could have like a jet bomber or something like that, and a guy with a spear could actually take out the jet bomber, because it was something like a 1 in a 100 or 1 in 200 chance or something like that, and yet it would still happen. You're like, wow, that jet bomber must have got real close to the ground and went real slow for the guy with the spear to be able to take it down. And he must hit that thing just right somehow. Again, to take it down with a spear. You could always tell when that just happened to somebody because you heard voices of displeasure, we'll put it that way, expressed in metaphors that were colorful. There is some of our quinacridone and magenta. That is going to go around some of our little pustules there. And there's pustules aplenty on this guy. Some over there. Some pustules there. Some pustules there. Now this side has some too. Plink right there. Let me see, 1 hour 16 minutes, so 76 minutes from 0 to this. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. The oils, there might just be something to them. That's what I'm thinking. They might let you do some things that you can't do with anything else. It is the proverbial easy button. Let me, where's my, there it is. There we go. And then we'll get some later stuff on the teeths there. I think I can actually try and do some of my initial rust over here. Yep, there we go. So we did that. Back to some of my darks. Pearline black, maybe. In here. That was not quite where that was supposed to go. Just took some of that away. Some of that down in here too. So really, we really need some heavy duty dark down in there. Now maybe I'm gonna try to get back to some of my later grays up here. Just gonna get this thing out of here too. Now that we kind of, I think, situated where source lighting is supposed to go. Yeah. Can't put too much weight on this guy though, because he's, the only thing holding him up is just this cloth stuff here. That's it. As you can see, the tail is kind of it's suspended. So yeah, there's we can't put a ton of weight on this guy on the wings. So we'll have to paint this with our hand a little bit, just kind of floating like that at times. Trying to get some, there we go, some of the gray here. Nope, nope, nope. Blending brush, that's not quite dry. That one's dry. Now we can use that one. So some of this color here is just our radiant blue mixed with the Van Dyke brown and a little bit, I think, even of the tiny touch of the Perline Black, which is a dark green. That's not it's not black or anything. Hopefully that's not too late. I think that's just about what we needed there. So a Nurgle Wraith for the Undying. Now I don't know again if when I looked him up at basically his big power is that he can spend a will point, and if there's a bunch of other casters around him, let's say orc shamans or whatever, don't squeeze the shaman, and they successfully cast, I guess he gets a point of will back or something. And I guess the point of will is also not spent, or oh, that's it. Everybody within 6 inches. So if there's 4 or 5 casters, and he spends 1 of his will points, and 4 casters are successful, he basically gets 4 will back for the price of spending the 1. I guess, I don't know, armatures, they can't really be helpful, right, Denethor? I mean, certainly, especially when you're trying to sculpt, say, with, well, your green stuff, epoxy sculpt, whatever. Boy, those armatures are really key. So I think some of the last things we'll mess around with will be our guys down here, I think. And the wings up here. I got to do all of this interior stuff first, though. Definitely need to do all the interior things. Oh, gee whiz, we might have to get some more rust down there. Over here, too. It's too late. That is too late. That's okay. We can do this and, well, take some of that away. And then I might still try to get some of the brown in there, unless it's going to blend too much with all this. And again, we have to get some of our lighter skin tone in there. Blending brush. That actually has some of our gray on it. So sometimes, you have a brush that's got actually some of the color on there that is going to help. Not the worst thing ever. Alright, let me start to play around with some of our skin tones here. We'll take some of this. Some of that too. Okay, there we go. It's a little bit of our Naphthol Scarlet. Now let's start to get some lighter stuff happening on the skin here. Again, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Look at where our hand is, right? It's so far away from the middle ferrule. Denethor, all I've been able to do is just continue the printing part of it. I do have that giant photo booth now. You probably haven't seen the pictures of that, but it's a 3-foot by 3-foot photo booth. It's so giant, I actually had to crawl inside the thing to get the lights in there. I've printed up a few really massive Easterling terrain pieces. One of them is a giant palace. It's sort of like well, Elrond's house, and that would be the giant palace that you see in Rivendell. So I now have an Easterling sort of palace that rivals that in size. It's about, yeah, it's about 3 stories high too. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Nice to see you again. So Grand Oracle, hopefully you were able to catch a little bit of sleep. I'm just going to get me some of my Venetian red out here. There, again, just a tiny, tiny bit of it. Actually, Grand Oracle, the badge was always there. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I looked to put it on there last night after the stream, and I'm like, there's the cookie. It was already there. I don't know why it didn't show up for you last night. Maybe it just had to wait or something. So again, you can see, and we did again. This is part of our Patreon page over here. It's part of our Patreon page. Hey there, Michael. How you doing? Actually, no, Grand Oracle. It might just not have registered right away. So maybe it didn't until hours later. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate that. Let me see. Oh, thanks, Zach. Oh, hey, Zach. How the heck are you doing? Sorry that it's been a while. Thank you so much. And nice to see you too there, Heckabus. Welcome back. So this one is from Navarette Studio. Most of them are from Navarette Studios, and they have a very distinct, well, the wings tend to be spread out, and they have a kind of a lighter texture on them. Whereas the other ones we got, those are from, these are from Medusa Project. We've done 3 of these so far. I think our one on Monday might also be a Medusa Project one. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. And of course, Michael, I know that you're kind of in between things there, but you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Zach. Sorry that the streams have been so late. I know, again, that they've been super, super, super late, so I apologize for that. So great to see you again there, Zach. I hope that you're doing well. And I think, did we get to our level 1 hype train? I think so, right? It's hard to know. Okay, we're at 93%. All right. It's weird. Sometimes the graphics just kind of disappear, or they put something else in there, and I can't quite tell where we're at then. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. So yeah, this is actually Ring Wraith, our Fell Beast number 10. Yeah, this is the 10th Fell Beast now that we have done. Just in this month. Yeah, that's just the month of October. So again, Michael, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now I wonder that, yep, that tosses us over the top. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. And of course, we want to thank Grand Oracle for being the bits leader in the clubhouse for sure. Uh-oh, look at this. There it is. It's coming right at you. Look out. There it is. There it goes. All aboard the hype train. Hype train. There it is. Hype train. So there we go. Yep. So Grand Oracle reached the 200K mark. At Grand Oracle, I was thinking that I must have been like asleep or something, because I'm looking on there going, there's something there for 200K, and then I looked. At first I couldn't tell if it was that hype train, the computer graphic that I made, or if it was the hype train cookie. But I'm really glad now that you get the hype train cookie to use. Now, Grand Oracle, I guess, what should be the image for 300K? I'm trying to figure out what should that be. Yeah, we're gonna keep working in some of our skin tone there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Wouldn't mind having to do a little replenishment on the medicine there. So yeah, this is just one of our little craft brushes right here. So as always, right, nothing terribly fancy there. I'm just trying to see how light do we want to go with our skin tone in here. And then we'll have to again do some more on our pustules there. Because pustules, right? Yeah, I'm wondering, Grand Oracle, there's things like the one true brush, or or should it be cobalt teal blue? Should it be cobalt teal bluish, Grand Oracle? I guess would that be 300K, because that would indicate how expensive it is. Yeah, I'm wondering if should it be represented by a tube of cobalt teal bluish or yin min blue. Well, we don't actually have yin min blue, but yeah, maybe we need to represent that with a tube of cobalt teal bluish or something. We are using our Perline Crimson on this too. Just in a few little places here and there. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the bitses there. And thanks, Michael. So Zach, hopefully you've been doing okay. Again, I'm sorry that these streams have been so late. Now keep in mind the Tuesday stream, and I was hoping to do the Tuesday birthday stream for Kathy. That would be a much earlier stream, potentially more like an 8-ish start. And we've got the only two we've got are the Gumlum and the Gumladriel figures. So unfortunately, Boomitz wasn't able to do more, but we'll try and at least do those. Yeah, I'm trying to... Does Williamsburg even have a logo? Because I've never actually been to their site. I've only ever seen just like the written stuff on their tubes. I don't even know if they have a logo per se. I might have to get in there with a tweezers or something and get rid of some of that. Get back to my later skin tone there. You can see well, actually that's there's some reasonably light stuff over there too. Let me see, 1 hour 33 minutes ago, so 93 minutes ago on a level 1 hype train, there was no paint on this. It was just primer. So thanks a bunch. I appreciate that. Let me get some of some more of this in here. So boy, Grand Oracle, you remember how the wings were shiny on the other one? This, you could really see all that texture emerge right away. It was pretty wild. And of course, it was looking super glossy as well. Very, very, very glossy. Try and get a little something on the chompers there. Now, what about on this side here? So you have the skin tone much lighter on this side already. Alright, so Michael, I'm still trying to guess in my head. Okay, what is going to be different about MESBG in this new edition? Or is it just going to be a cleanup? Or is it going to be wholesale wiping out of what we've had before. I'm really hoping they don't do that. And I'm pretty sure that Jacob is not quite correct about the whole, they're switching to a 3x3 board or something. Let me do, yeah, a little bit more of our light stuff down here. Yeah, Michael, that's what I always worry about, that they're just going to eliminate a ton of armies. I'm definitely hoping that doesn't happen. I guess the other thing I'm trying to figure out is, will they can't release it before the movies. I just don't remember, because I wasn't aware when MESBG first came out. We weren't really getting the figures for that till about 2002, 2003. So I don't know when GW released the first version of MESBG in relation to when the movies came out. Because that was in probably, well, it was December, I know that. When the movies came out, I don't know when they first released the miniatures. I guess I could probably try to Google that. I mean, it probably wasn't long afterwards, but I just can't imagine that coming before the movies. Or even just a day or two later. That just seems a little bit soon. Could be totally wrong, though. Alright, now we're starting to get some of our light on the wings down here. So, Grand Oracle, hopefully your reorganization and reassessment and stuff is moving along so that you can, like you were talking about, clear out some of the old stuff, that projects that you just say, you know what, I'm just not going to get to this one. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Was it right as the movies came out, or was it a week later or 2 weeks later? Because I believe it was December 2001 when the first movie hit. Then I'm wondering, was it January 2000? Well, if it was 2001, it must have, I guess, been in December. Yeah, Grand Orc, I was thinking that it could be pretty involved. And again, sorry that there's just all the chaos and everything. He's trying to lighten up some more of this down. You know, we gotta somehow get some of our. I'll just use this. Where's my quinacridone magenta? I guess we have to get a little more thinner into there. We go. Boom. Okay. Now we got. Oh, no, I did those already. Maybe we'll just hit him again. Fine. There. Now that's for sure there, Grand Oracle. That is definite. Now today didn't quite have as much chaos in it in our glorious college football Saturday. There was certainly some potential. There were some scares. There were definitely certain body parts were puckered, needless to say, I think, a little bit today. So this is the November 2001. Well, then that precedes the movie there, or the movie release. Now, of course, it makes sense, right, Michael? Why you really wouldn't want to be releasing your brand new thing after Christmas. You would want it before that. So that makes a little more sense, but interesting. I'm just reinforcing a little bit of our magenta here. There we go. Speaking of which, let me just try this here. I'm gonna grab me some of my fast mat weight here. Let me see what these guys are gonna maybe look like. These two. Also these. Down there. Try and make this lighter here. Let me grab some of this. So I'm gonna have to put some more of my fast mat weight out here too, for sure. So thanks for looking that up there, Michael. Appreciate that. Come on, there we go. Get some more down here on these things. That's even more of our... Let me see what happens with that. Okay. Just trying to figure out what we want to do with these guys. Might still go a little lighter with some of the skin tones as well. Ah, there we go. It'll rotate this thing around. Because now the release date on the movies, that I know is December 13th, because I heard that over and over and over again. Ah, almost forgot these up here. Ah, there's more over here. These guys all the way down in there. See, I might just have to again do a video series on this guy, because I mean, of all the Nurgly things, I mean, this is super Nurgly. Especially with all the pustules and everything. Might also try to get some bright yellow or something on some of these, so not every single one is the pink here. Come on, let's separate those. Now I'm starting to wonder. Well, your Black Friday, would that be something? Would they actually announce or unleash the new version of MASPG on Black Friday? Now I think November is unusually late this year, or sorry, Thanksgiving is like one of the last. It's the last Thursday in November or whatever, and that is like the 26th or something, which now puts it very close to December 13th. So that might, maybe that's what's going to happen. More of our lighter stuff up here on these little pustules. I want to get the ones on the wings. Ah, there's another one over there. It says really tough just to get the brush down in there. Holy smokes. Are there any? No pustules over there. Now what about these? Yeah, I think I can get away with just sticking my hand on this. Try not to put too much weight on the wings here because all that's holding up is just where this flowy cloth is touching it, and that's it. Try and get some more of that magenta stuff into the skin tone in a couple of spots here too. Yeah, there's some more of the pustules down there. Now I need more of my regular, the non-pustule skin color here on his other side of his foot. I'll just use this as a blending brush here. Grand Oracle, that was a really fun experiment last night with the yellow source lighting and trying again a different method using the fluoro yellow with the Hansa yellow. So that is definitely another thing we'll have to try on some other figure. What I'm gonna try to do, well, again, the filming schedule in the rest of October is gonna be a little crazy. I will try to get the next the Lizard Man episode filmed on Tuesday. If I can, remember we got our birthday stream there. Forget this, that'll be the 29th. Try to work some of that into here. And then our Thursday Halloween stream, obviously that's going to have to be a little bit later because, well, it's Halloween. And not sure just how much activity there'll be in the neighborhood. Hopefully folks are going to have a lot of fun on Halloween. Now, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you have more of the swim meets to adjudicate there this coming weekend. More of our light, that's too much. Blending brush takes some of it away. I don't want to get too crazy with the light there. Now we got to get, we did this over here. We got to do some of that now over here. Yes, look at where I'm holding this brush. It is literally on the end of the brush. Boy, holy smokes. Oh, that's plus the driving. I thought that included it. Grand Oracle, I hope that the travel is easy. Let's not get too much thinner into that. Yeah, look how I have to hold this brush here. Ooh, there we go again. Some fun skin texture type stuff going on there, and we still have some of our green right in the recesses there. Blending brush to make sure that that's softened up. Ah, geez, Grand Oracle. Again, I appreciate you being here. I know it's super late, and I know that you're going to have to get out there early, as always. But appreciate that, and well, again, congratulations on the 200K. So we appreciate all the folks that have helped this channel grow over the years. And let's see, now we're at 9,017 followers. We really wouldn't have any of those if it wasn't for Armored Wolf and all the Grand Oracle and Rico and all the folks that helped make this channel possible. And Valfira been here since the beginning. Landras pretty much, again, all you guys been here since the beginning. And of course, Michael certainly made September and August very big months there. I think especially September. So we appreciate Michael doing all that. I still want to get some rust going on this metal over here. I don't know, I think I need to leave some of that be darker. I can't, it isn't shadow after all. We have a decent amount of light over here already too. Decent amount of light on that leg too. Let me backtrack a little bit with this. Okay, ooh, that's actually later than I thought it was going to be. I'll just grab a little bit more of my Mars red there. It looks like we have ourselves more pustules over there. We're going to have to get 2 of those too. Let me separate that from that cloth a little. I might do some kind of brown or green or something like that here on him. Ooh, I guess we got more of the pustule things happening there in addition to those. That was a little bit later than I wanted to go with our pustule highlight, but that's fine because it's just going to blend with what's already on there. I'll take it down a little bit. That now actually a pustule over there. Back to this skin tone for here, where it just again separates from that cloth a little bit. Oh, and I don't know if you saw from the very beginning there, Grand Oracle, this was the darker primer stuff. Also, too, you know, in addition to the inks from Green Stuff World and what's the Liquid Text, I've actually been using, believe it, the dipping inks from Green Stuff World. Those have actually, I've found a use for those at last. I found a use for those. And that's also, guess what, mixing in with our Stynylrez. So Denethor, this is Kathy actually had been streaming on Twitch for I think maybe a little over a year, maybe like not a year and a half, but at least maybe 14 months or so. And then 2020 came along, and I had been doing YouTube Live, Facebook Live. It was a combination of things. First, YouTube changed all kinds of. There was the whole craziness with the COPPA legislation and everything. So a lot of people were actually deleting their YouTube channels at the time. And then, of course, I was supposed to teach about 3,000 hours worth of classes at Adepticon. And that obviously got canceled, and there was no Adepticon for 2 years. So I basically said to Kathy, I'm like, okay, you have to tell me everything you know about Twitch in the next 7 minutes, go. And I suddenly had to become a Twitch streamer basically overnight. And that was right about basically March of 2020. And then the Twitch thing, it really helped build up the Patreon, because now people could actually watch for hours and hours stuff that, well, happens on a lot of the Patreon videos. And that saved us during obviously the whole pandemic stuff. And then when Kathy got sick, that was really huge, because not only could I continue to stream, but be just a few steps away if needed. It also, all the kind folks on Twitch really helped us out there. There we are. So Grand Oriole, I mean, this is again, this is kind of the classic example, right? We're showing on Twitch what we did in a video here. So again, it helped make the Patreon page, because Facebook, a lot of Facebook groups, they wouldn't let you share links to anything, which meant no sharing links to the Patreon page, which made it really hard to keep the Patreon page going. So Twitch was very, very, very crucial in helping that too. And of course, because for us it was almost like it was a 4-year version. For other folks, maybe it was a year and a half. For us, that whole, in a sense, that pandemic was like 4 years worth. So Kathy had her own Twitch channel. She was also live doing the podcast with More Than Dice. So a little bit that over here, but I think it's too late though. Like it's too late, or source lighting not going to work out. I think I might also darken that green down a little bit more now that we're seeing, some of the skin tone in comparison to that. So again, we're working on all of this interior stuff here, because I'm going to have to set my hand on this wing, right? So we're waiting to do that. We will be getting a little bit more of this color out here. So Grant Oracle, you believe it or not, you'll have to remind me what I was talking about there that might go in a video. But this wraith here, I think I will try to print this one again. And I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, the dipping inks. Actually, they did appear in a couple of videos, Grand Oracle. They did actually show up in a few videos, not mixed with primer, just as on the workbench episode, Grand Oracle. Now, if I ever get the quieter compressor, then I'll be able to shoot some videos with those, because what I've been doing is I've been using them on terrain pieces, Grand Oracle, and stuff like this, where I said, okay, I wanted to have a little bit of a green color that really the Stynylrez doesn't quite do. Again, I have the Liquitex inks and all that, but the dipping inks, I wasn't really super enthused about painting with those, just like on a regular, so I figured I would leave the Liquitex inks, the GSW inks, maybe more for regular painting so that they don't get exhausted too soon. I mean, I'll still use them with the primers, of course. But I've got about 20 different colors of those dipping inks that they sent me. So Grand Oracle, I think the only way I could really show those is if it was basically a voiceover video. Now, the one positive thing about all the chaos, oh geez, I didn't post the last video, holy smokes. Yeah, I have to post the video that I did. I completely forgot about that. I thought I'd already posted that to the Patreon page, but I don't think so. That would be the video on... let me get some more of this lighter stuff here. With gap filling these guys. Yeah, I don't think I actually posted that to the Patreon page, so my apologies. Although actually it was really... Today was the day it was supposed to go up, so I think we're actually all good on that. But what happened was the microphone got switched off for almost half the video. And I tried a different way of doing the voiceover, and that seemed to be a little bit easier. So I might actually try, again, if I have to do a voiceover, because, well, if I'm airbrushing, I've got a fan going, the compressor, I've got a mask on, so you're not going to hear me no matter what. Oh, this is super light. Let me see if this is going to work here. Oh, we've already gotten pretty light on the skin tone there. I have to say this is a much different skin tone or texture for the Navarette Studios. And again, this one is going to represent the Undying. And he's sort of kind of essentially spirit leeches or whatever when other folks are doing their casting. I think he can also use, he can use will points as fate. That's the other thing. That's a real big deal for the only other, ironically enough, only the Necromancer could do that. Because typically Wraiths only have one wound and maybe just one or two fate. So they're hard to kill but easy to kill. That said, that would be why he's called the Undying. Right, because it's pretty tough to, again, especially if he's not casting a bunch. He can just be throwing those will points out like fate, and well, make himself hard to deal with. Actually, to me, that's almost a bit more valuable than, say, some of the other stuff, because if he is your leader, now you wounding the enemy leader, okay, you get a point for that, but killing him, I think, is worth 3 or something in some scenarios. I'll try and get a little bit more of my lighter rust color in here. Okay, not too much of that. Mars Yellow Deep. There. Also over there, and now let's try this side. Down into there. Bit over here. It's gonna be a little too yellow. So I think now we got ourselves some rust there. Maybe put some of that on some of their clothes down here, and also maybe his beard and hair over there. I'm gonna do a blue-ish shirt for him here, I think. So we're changing that around a little bit. There. I think, yep, that's my warm gray. We're going to try and use some of that on this coat now that we've kind of gotten some of the other stuff established here. Like the skin tone. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. So yeah, Denethor, the whole Twitch thing was never meant to happen. It was supposed to be all about YouTube. But there's no way we could have ever done what we're doing here with the oils on YouTube. Because so many other folks, they started to stream the oils too, so it was like we had a whole laboratory going. An entire laboratory of people experimenting and sharing the data. You know what? Maybe not too much of the lighter gray there, and we'll just let more of the brown do its work in there. That'll be the brown ochre. That is the reclaimed earth stuff that Armored Wolf discovered. And actually, all three of those were really nifty. Speaking of the Patreon page, there is a Patreon video where we try those out. I will be doing, I think, another color theory and oils episode where we compare that to regular burnt umber, because I have burnt umber Williamsburg and burnt umber in Windsor Newton, so that would be a nice little comparison there. Trying to lighten that up a bit. This too. Again, that is with the kind of later neutral gray. It's kind of tilted towards the warmer side of things too. Now up here we're talking about some darker stuff with the green, phthalo green, perline black. That's dark. There are some edges here that need to get sharpened up. Yeah, Denethor, actually Friday would be a reading stream. And then at one point, Gen Con, she had was called Kathy Paints. That was literally her own channel, separate from More Than Dice. And that one, she was doing some figures for companies that had that were doing things at Gen Con. So that was kind of nifty because, again, it had nothing to do with More Than Dice or anything like that. It was all her own stuff. Ooh, okay, we're going to try and separate that a little. A little more of our dark down in there. Also in there. So yeah, that's... I might even get some of the rust on this here now that we've got this darker green in place. At Denethor, we had no idea, what Twitch was going to be, and there was no silly Marillion back in the day. You see up in the corner there, the Wapelius Spellbrush. The initial puppet shows would be if somebody did bits or whatever. Wapelius would he would try to defend the Twitch jar over there, because whatever we were painting was always trying to claim what was in there as its own. And that kind of led to, and people liked the puppet shows. And then we started, painting more Lord of the Rings stuff. We had Gandalf, and then we were getting the followers, right? So Gandalf was making regular appearances, and that led to the whole Silly Marillion. So absolutely none of that was planned. It just happened to work out that way. Now, okay, a little bit more of that darker green out here. We'll have to still do some more on these folds with our lighter stuff, I think. That could still be some more of our lighter rust, but first I'm going to hit this, some more of this dark in here. Now let me try some lighter rust. See how that works. Actually grabbing a little bit more of the scarlet. And we're really going to hit that hard with some of our rust there. I can get down under here with the brush. There we go. And then Denethor, we just started having more and more characters. And then, of course, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have all the Denethors. So thanks to you, we have even more characters. I think Prinkles was one of the first major characters. Obviously, then Alex the Cave Troll. And then just as we kept adding more and more Lord of the Rings figs, there was more and more characters. Now let me try and get the really light stuff on the choppers. Holy smokes, let me do this. A little thinner on that yellow there, start breaking that down. I'm gonna, let me get a little bit more fast matte white out here. Let's do that. Just putting some of this over here. There we go. Now I'm glad that you kept that Denethor. Now at some point we will have to do a green Denethor. Now that we can print them, right? We can certainly actually do a green Denethor, or do we have him have a green light source? Maybe that would be better. Yes. Where is he? So yeah, maybe instead of the orange flame, we do a green flame Denethor in your honor there. Come on, a little bit more lighter stuff there, and then see the other side really that needs especially the lightest chomper coat. I'm going to try and get a little bit lighter red on the tongue as well. Trying to keep that more towards the burgundy. Alright, here's where we really got to get some lighter stuff on the teeths. They're really long, narrow chompers, and they're all kind of interlocked with each other, so hard to get to. Denethor, it's kind of funny, the Wapelius thing, that first came about in 2001, or no, 2002, when we first started doing things like eBay, and then Cool Mini or Not, and now I'm stuck with it forever. There is no changing it. Now it just has to always be that way. I get it makes sort of sense that they wouldn't want people making a lot of new or changing their names a lot because with trying to get rid of the bots and stuff, which actually I don't want to jinx it, but what have we not seen in quite some time? Remember that was just kind of an epidemic there for a while? And they were more the classic bots. Of course, as soon as I say that, that will jinx it. Thanks, Eep Jeep. Yeah, once that became a recognizable thing, well, we're our eBay stuff, our Cool Mini or Not stuff. I was like, well, I guess we have to hang on to that then. That's not changing. So yeah, the teeth really help. Now let me see what we can do here. There it is. There's our burgundy. Maybe we also take some of this white, mix it into that. Up and over here. Maybe even a little bit more of the white. Oh, that was a little bit of thinner just got onto that too. I don't know if that's too much. Hey there, Doji. That was a pretty crazy night, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Landrast? Hey there, Paintwater. How you doing? Everybody, please get Drink Your Paintwater Live a follow if you could. So drink your paint water. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And nice to see you again there, Dennis. Or sorry, Doji. If you want to share your stuff in the chat too, please go ahead. Happy Sunday there, Doji. So drink your paint water. We are painting a very Nurgly ring wraith here with the glowy green stuff. We got some pustules happening. We got all kinds of fun skin textures there. Same thing here. 2 hours and 18 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. Zippo, none. He's part of a whole series of ring wraiths that we've been painting. Everybody, please check out that Insta link that Doji just posted. And of course, drink your paint water. If you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. This was our stream last night. Eventually, we are going to add snow and icicles to the base. So that's a very different... Yeah, look at that. That's a very different kind of wraith, a little different coloration there. The stream before that, we did this one. Right, so this was our Thursday stream right here. This is 3D printed from... These are from Navarette Studios. This one is Medusa Project, and we've done, I think, 3 of these, including Kamul the Easterling. Now here's another Navarette Studios. This is the Night of Umbar. Let's see, an aquatic theme. We did the water effects there. Thanks, Drink Your Paint Water. Now also, too, speaking of water effects, this one we did on Monday. So this was our Monday stream right here. And that's the Watcher in the Water. We did all kinds of water effects that we sculpted with heavy gloss gel. That was really fun. That's 3D printed from Kurzlook. And then, oh, look at here. We did this one last week. This was, I think, our Friday stream. That's not Smaug. That's just a little dragon. Because Smaug is about 2.5, almost 3 times that size. And that one is 3D printed from Diwali. We also did a Balrog, we did a bunch of Gobos, and this is actually our 10th Fell-based / Ring Wraith of the month. So we've got a couple of our flaming ones, right? We've got our Denethor there. Where's our Tomb King guy? There he is. So there's another one again with the and that key is the cool stuff versus the warm stuff, right? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Paintwater. Again, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go right ahead. We are sort of mimicking what we did on our Skaven video here. Again, with the pustules and the sickly skin tone and all that good stuff. Do we have we actually have a bunch of these. Like I said, we painted tons of. Here's another one. Again, a very different color scheme right there. And of course, drink your paint water. If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, eventually, we're going to be getting over here to the tops of the wings. We've been trying to work at last few minutes here on all of the rust over here. You know what? I'm going to try and get a little bit lighter with that rust here, kind of like what we did with our last guy. Yeah, that's what we need to do, is get a little lighter with our rust there, but it can't be too close to the skin tone. Yeah, that should also have some rust on it there. Again, everybody, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. So Drink Your Paint Water, I hope that you had a blast on stream and maybe were able to also get a lot of painting done. And again, if I know you just finished your stream, so you either have to skedaddle off to the photo booth, or if you've got Insta, Discord links, work in progress things, that would be fine too. I'm going to add me a little bit more blue to this. Yeah, let's do a little bit more blue there. Hey there, JD. Look at that. JD hands out that sub. Thanks, JD. Appreciate that. So, JD, it was a wild day in college football. Maybe not the momentous upsets of previous weeks. But, well, let's put it this way. There were some scares put into several teams. And we do have a new boss man in the SEC. That would be Texas A&M, of all things. Well, and Indiana also being, I think they're 8-0 now. So there's definitely some surprises this season. And, well, OSU and PSU next week is probably going to be the matchup of the week, or that's next Saturday for sure. At some point, JD, I'm going to have to have an actual Hetzer. We'll have to settle for a Stug, but one of these days, Hetzers are going to Hetz. Actually, yeah, JD, there's a whole bunch of nifty stuff because, well, Alabama basically faced an elimination game today against Mizzou. They did manage to win that. But remember, you still have Ohio State, Michigan to go. And Michigan is going to want to play spoilers there. And Tennessee also, well, there's a bunch of trap games coming up this Saturday. There are a whole bunch of games where teams might, shall we say, be looking past the guy who's on the field instead of just paying attention who's on the field and not worrying about next week. So that is very possible. We're using regular oil paints here, regular artist oils right out of the tube. Our big four brands: Winsor Newton, Gamlin, Williamsburg, and Richardson. Everybody, please check out that Insta link there that Drink Your Paint Water Live just shared, and please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. let me see, 2 hours and 25 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was just primer. There was no source lighting, there were no pustules, no skin tones, no nothing. We started out with our much larger brushes doing dry brush stuff. You can see we still have the filbert brush with our floral oils in there and such. And then we kind of did some darker glaze things over the top. Now we're coming back in with mid-tones and lights. But still, here's a brush that has no paint on it. It's just a dry brush. You can see we just plop the paint down there and then we push it around. So everybody be like Doji and check out, again, that link that Drink Your Paint Water Live just shared. And that if you could, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. Now I think I'm gonna try to get... I'm gonna go with the blue again. You know what? I don't actually... I wonder, should I try to get some of my Prussian blue out here? Now let's roll with this. Let's see what happens here. We're gonna just change that up a little. It's almost gonna be more like our Corsairs of Umbar with that blue. Maybe we'll put some blue on him too. These, I'm gonna try and get some lighter stuff on those. I wonder if I should also try to get a little bit of yellow into some of these. Is that too light? Get a little bit more of my quinacridone magenta out here. Let's see what happens with this. Yeah, I think we need that little bit of separation there. Even though it's underneath that wing, so therefore probably not catching as much light. Now, yeah, drink your paint water. Getting those photos, it can be really tough to keep up with all that, right? Now, so didn't throw that giant light box that I got, that 3 foot by 3 foot one. I think it will actually hold all 10 of the Wraiths on Fellbeast to try and somehow get them all into one picture. Of course, it would be far easier to just kind of do a video and just pan across, so I might do that. That might be a little bit easier trying to get them all in there. Okay, so we went a little bit lighter on those pustules. We haven't really done a whole bunch on the wings because having to set my hands on there. So now what we're going to try and do is get some of that skin tone back there. Let me get some thinner on this. Let me see what we have over here. Is this too... Oh, that's a little too intense. I might actually grab me a little bit of my green here. We're going to dirty this up a bit. Let's dirty this up a little, and now we're going to bring back some of our texture on the wing here. Trying to leave as much of that green down in the recesses as we can. Remember, we're going to hit it like so. Brush that has no paint. We're not looking to completely wipe that out. It just, see how it softens those brush strokes just a bit. Softens those up. Now, this, if it's not completely dry by tomorrow, this will be mostly dry by tomorrow, because a lot of those other figures that I just grabbed to show you, well, the one, I was just painting that as recently, less than 24 hours ago. And all those other ones you saw, the Watcher in the Water, that was a Monday stream. And that one from Medusa Project, that was our Thursday stream. So clearly, it does not take days and days and days for this stuff to dry, because we're not putting tons of paint out here. Less is more. More is way too much, especially when it comes to the oils. Less paint. This was mostly a series of doing the dry brush, then the glazes, and even here this is almost like a modified dry brush here, because you see I'm just mixing. I'm not mixing on the miniature. I'm not mixing over here. Just grabbing a color. I bring it over here, and because what's on here is still wet paint, that is going to mix, especially if I do something like that. So again, that means there's going to be less paint on the figure here, less time needed to dry. And these are just regular old artist oil paints out of the tubes. So you can see how that texture starts to come forward a bit here. And again, caress the brush, do not crush the brush. I'm gonna smush in a little bit more of this lighter skin tone out there. Now what's happening on this side? Turn him around. Well, look at all that Konekinol magenta just settled in those crevices there. Now, so drink your paint water. You can use, there's a couple of different things. Now, Winsor Newton and Gamlin both have starter sets. The Winsor Newton one is called Winton. The Gamlin one is called Gamlin 1980. And those will work. The Williamsburg paints, their starter sets, there's one, well, they're more expensive. They're definitely going to cost you more. However, there's no difference between the starter set paints and their regular paints. Whereas the Gamlin and the Winsor Newton, their starter set paints, they're basically student grade, which means they're not going to have the same kind of pigmentation as your artist oils. Now, again, the Williamsburg starter set, it will cost you more, but for most folks, for a lot of folks, they wouldn't really need giant, well, the 37 mil tubes of paint. The 21 mil might be just enough, because maybe you're not going to be painting quite as much as we are here, which is all the time, every single day. And sometimes massive project. We also paint a lot of terrain with the oils. We've done 4 ships so far. This is just one of the Corsair ships. We did 3 of those and an elf ship. Of course, well, there's the Corsairs. We have also painted other terrain. There's my buildings here. We have painted all kinds of terrain with the oil paints too. And again, it's fantastic for the monsters. We paint busts, large scale. Here's one of our large scale figs we just did with our oils. That's a video we just did, and we have a whole bunch of vehicles that we painted with the oils. And that's not just, we're not just using them for weathering. We painted the whole vehicle with the oils. As we welcome in Erica and wife. Thank you so much, Erid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Erica wife a follow if you could. A lot of you already are. So, Erid, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. I'm sure your stream was absolutely fabulous. And of course, Erid, if you want to post your Pinterest links in the chat, please do that too. So this is Ring Wraith on Fellbeast number 10. Number 10. Very, very different from all the other ones. Actually, our last 2 are very different because this last one is going to have a snow base. So he's a much lighter ring wraith, much much different color, and of course a little bit different on the wings, and a different source lighting color there too. No problem there, Irid. And again, I hope that your usual Saturday stream was fabulous. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Painting these with our oil paints like we always do. 2 hours and 35 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. There was no wing texture, there was no pustules here, there was no source lighting, no rust, none of that stuff. That has all been done just in the last 2 hours, 35 minutes, courtesy of the oil paints. Glad you're able to make a lot of good progress there, Irid. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a little bit more of my lighter stuff up on the top part of this wing here. And then down here, we're going to have to do a little... I think that's where we're going to maybe grab that brownish color there. Again, we can't put the usual amount of weight on these wings here because it's just these things down here that are holding that in. Actually, I'm going to do a little bit of some glue on here just to make sure that that stays there. Let me just throw a little bit of that down here. Let me just throw a little bit down here. There we go. Okay, that's more like it. Just to be sure, actually here, there's another one. No shortage of these things. Here's a whole another flavor to that one right there. We did 2 of the nautical ones. We also did a fell beast, and what we're trying to do is replicate this right here. You can see all of the violet in there and such. Back to my skin tone here. Now I might throw a little bit more of the green. Also too, we've got our little flashlights here, right? They can be very helpful, but see that? I'm going to get me some more green up there. So before we mess around more with the skin tone, we're going to go for some green. Right up in here. Even on the pustules there. And then some more of that over here. Not a ton, but we do need a suggestion of that green over here. All up in this one little kind of corner here, this little wedge. Everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Erika Wife just shared. And then please give Erika Wife a follow. I guess, Irid, will you be doing your usual Thursday stream on Halloween? And I guess, do you have any, were you going to do any special Halloween streams at all? Gee whiz, once November comes along, we're going to have to start gathering up all of our ornaments and some of our other more festive things to paint. Because certainly during December, we will be painting some Christmas ornaments. Okay, that's, yeah, we needed some of that in there. And that is nowhere near as light as some of the other green that we've got going on this. Because we wanted this to not be anywhere near as... Oh, actually, speaking of lighter, I need to get lighter on that sword. Huh. Now, is this fast mat? Oh, wait, can I actually get to that and get it to a plate? Yes, I think we did manage to get that fast mat oid out of there. Because that, look at that, it can actually be much lighter. Let that mix with some of the green that's there. Yeah, that got even more light. Trying to hit the edge of that sword, and now on his well, okay, minus this piece of fuzz. Let's get rid of that. That needs to be significantly lighter right along here. There we go. Can't be quite that close to the light and not be I think this might also get a little bit lighter too. We have some of the floral yellow in there. Here, let me break this down some more. There we go. Now on the again on the back of his hand here, trying to thin this down. I might also have to get some more of my dark in there. Now here I think I can go a little lighter with the green. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go refresh my medicine because we kind of use a little bit of that during the hype train there. So don't go away. We're going to be back. We're going to do some more, I think, on our source lighting here. So yeah, we shall return, just in 2-3 minutes here. we have returned, and that definitely is more solid there. So up here with our lighter green, let me get some of that paint out of there. I'm going to throw a little bit of the radiant green into that. Also, again, some of our floral yellow. We have the floral yellow and the floral green out here. Looks like yeah, we're lined up where you can see that. Might make that actually a little teensy bit lighter. Right along the wing edge here. Maybe even some of this stuff. Might hit this edge a little bit lighter too, especially since we did the other side. Yeah. Make that a little lighter too, sure. I think I might also, yeah, see these folds up here? I think those need to get a little lighter. This fold, this one for sure. Might even use my micro blending brush in there. I'll see you in a bit there, Aaron. I know that is the favored post-stream nighttime ritual there. Now let's try this one here. A little more on that. Touch lighter there, okay. That's, yeah, we really needed that. You know, I might, because this is a little more reflective surface there, I'm going to take that, make that a little lighter. These two, okay, and that'll do it for over there. I'm wondering, oh, let me take a quick little look-see here. Nope, he blocks that light from reaching that. I thought for sure that was going to make it down in there, but it does not. We'll see you later there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much for being here, as always. Appreciate that. Thanks for the hype train, too. And, well, safe travels. I know that's a lot of driving and such there. So safe travels. I'll try to maybe I'll get you a message on one day or something like that. I'll again let you know if I ended up doing the P1 or if it would probably be that one, since it's basically the same size as the X1. Get this going here. A little bit of the skin color. Fairly certain that that is also blocked by our wraith. I'm going to try and get a little bit of the lighter skin in there. Yeah, not much, just a little bit. And then we'll try to get back down here too. Right, Sarge? Hey there, Sarge. Well, it's awful late there, Sarge. Nice to see you, Sarge. Again, sorry about all the crazy travel stuff. Speaking of traveling there. I hope that that's all starting to work out, at least as best as possible. So, Sarge, it was a wild day, and of course, on our Michigan, that was it got a little contentious at the end there, didn't it? Got a wee bit contentious. That's what rivalry games are all about, right, Sarge? Yeah, let me get that little bit of extra light there. I'm going to try to put some of that back here now. Let me see. So 2 hours, 50 minutes ago, there was nothing on here but primer. That is, again, like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. So, Sarge, I hope that you're doing super well. Yeah, Sarge, I didn't actually, I didn't get to see that one. Sadly, Illinois, that was not very competitive, but there was a lot of, there were a lot of squeaky bums there happening. Because there was a couple of big skiers, and, well, Texas almost gets upended, so Vandy was going to need to buy some more goalposts there for a second. I thought they were going to be fishing more goalposts out of the river. That was super close there. Now, I'm not going to do anything later there. Let me see if I can with my... Which brush we're going to use? Maybe this one. Let me take this brown over here, and I'm going to put some of that out here. Let me see what this... Or... That's a lot of brown. I'm going to do this. Let's reverse course here, and let's try this. That is our green. Hopefully that's not going to look too grayish. I'm just trying to get a little bit of the out here. Blending brush again, like so. Of course, Sarge, if you want to share anything in the chat, any, I know you haven't had a chance to do any kind of work on the Tigray there. And Sarge, hopefully you've also had some yummy chow there as well. All right, let me take some of that, and there we are. Yeah, that's kind of interesting there. I'm going to take our blending brush to that once again. Flip this around. Blending brush once more. Let's happen it out on this edge here. I might even try to get a little more of the yellowish green in on that. I may take my blending brush to that. Blending brush again. Alright, now some of this yellow over here. Let's see what happens. This may be getting a little bit too Too close to that green. There we go. I think now we've got sort of a in-between thing happening here. So some green, not too much. With the blending brush again. Some of that out here as well. It was certainly a day for backup quarterbacks to not just take center stage, but to really do some damage, like for Indiana and for Texas A&M. All right, let me try to work on some of that same green we did over there. That's going to maybe work its way over to here. And some of the little bits of skin here, some of that texture. I might also bring some of the violet out here too. All the way up in there. Because I did want to make sure there was some green here in the dorsal part of the wings. Not so much on the ventral, but on this dorsal part of the wings. So again, told you if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Today was another day for some pork tenderloin stuff, because we had taken one of those out doing the meat crate thing. Got that defrosted. Used some of the yummy spices that Kathy's sister sent. Oop, there we go, down in there. Yeah, I might still try to get a little bit of some violet or something out on the ends of these wings. But yeah, glad to start seeing some of the green out here. I was looking at this going, we're not getting quite as much of the green, except with what was done with the initial glazing over the top and even some of the primer. Was it like the camo green primer mostly? Then that's the Stynylrez primer, as always. Where's my... That's the brush we've been using. So that's even more of a... Again, sort of a camo green color right there. Just gonna put, not that much fast matte white in there. How's that looking? Sort of light enough. I might go a little more. Yeah, something like that. Do the same over on this side now. That's better. Up here. And remember, it wasn't all that long ago. It was just a couple hours ago. Or even this section over here was just a whole bunch of pinline wash stuff. So it was super wet. Things must be messy before they can be neat. Especially with the oil paints. Must be patient Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Catching again a little bit more of that lighter green up there, but not. It's not the same as the intense green over here. This is very, very muted, very subdued green. If we do one of our film noirs, it'll just look like exactly the same value as that. But again, this is more of a saturation contrast. Remember, there's many forms of contrast. There's, of course, value contrast, but saturation contrast, color contrast, and also things like saturation. Is a color very intense? Is it not intense? Is the color warmer? Is it more towards the red, more towards the blue, whatever? All of those things have big, big implications. Take that as a blending brush again. So next week, Sarge, that's going to be a very big game. I just don't remember if that is in the big house or if that is in Eugene. I have a feeling it's in Eugene, although Oregon just played Illinois out there in Eugene. So I don't know if that's going to be again in Michigan or if that's out west. Obviously, I don't know. Well, let's see. If Michigan takes out Oregon and Ohio State, Sarge, all of a sudden that changes the trajectory of a season a ton. Because if they take out both of those guys, they can't just be ignored. Especially since, well, I mean, right now we're talking the 1 and 3 teams. Nice to see again the Inganes. Happy Sunday. So Inganes, this is a very interesting Nurgley Wraith that we're doing here. Very, very Nurgley. I'm going to try and get me some more of my lighter stuff here on the cloth. Might try to do some kind of a, well, staining with it with the brown. I do need to catch a few more lights over here. I was tempted to actually go darker in the crevices there, but let me try this first. Let me see what this is going to get us before we do that. Oh, that's at the big house. I don't know, Sarge. I think that's going to amp up the difficulty level there. I'm starting to wonder, Sarge, you know, how last season really was all about the us versus everybody else and the chip on the shoulder thing. I just wonder if maybe all of the adversity of the last 2-3 weeks has kind of brought back some of that. I mean, again, that was Michigan State, but it's still a rivalry game. I mean, sometimes that's really what you need, is something like that rallies a team. And then, of course, there is that whole, well, what do we got to lose? And that puts the onus on the other team, right, Sarge? So, Inganes, again, happy Sunday. I hope that your Saturday was very, very fun. Again, we're just going to pop that on there and then take our blending brush to it. We'll do the same over here. With the blending brush, there we go. Why sit there and do a whole bunch of layers? I can literally just do that. lightning brush again. Get some more of my lighter gray on that. Now these guys down here, let me see if we can't do some kind of stuff on them here. I guess I should maybe do a little something on these, some of these rocks. I will just put some bits of dead-ish foliage and stuff down there, I think. Is this going to be enough towards our blue? Let me try this. Let me try that, and now a little bit lighter on that blue. Inganes, I think ours is November 3rd or something like that. So it's so was it 9:10 there in the morning? Because normally it would be 8:10, right? No, it's the opposite. Sorry. It's so instead of 8:10, it's 7:10. Yeah, sorry about that. I think I got it backwards. But yeah, it is still 2:10 in the morning here. So 7:10. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that, Incanes. I kind of just fudged that one there. Kind of messed that one up. I'm going to try and use maybe some of this tan color here on the shirt, such as it is. Try to go a little lighter with that here. I mean, there's a big old fell beast over the top of him. I forget where these casualties come from. I don't think these are Medberry ones. I think these were... I actually purposely bought these just to use as casualties, as opposed to some of them where they're actually part of a Patreon or whatever. So it's 2:11 here now. 2:11 in the morning. I believe it is again, November 3rd is when things will change here as far as that time. I don't want to go too dark with that. Get some more of that down here. And then lighten it up again. Now try to just get some skin tone color here if we can. Oh, something on the boots there. Yeah, Sarge, unfortunately, Navy, well, they kind of got bounced today. So the double undefeated dream, that is now past. I do believe, well, I mean, no matter what, that second Saturday in December is still going to be super special. There we are. I need a little more light on the skin on this guy. That one there, I might actually do the opposite and get some more dark on that one, on his hair or whatever. Okay, so now our casualty is starting to get a little more color to him here. A little more value. Of course, Sarge, I'm really behind on what the big matchups are going to be for, well, later today. Completely forgot about that. I do believe that the Bears are playing Washington, most likely in Washington. Beyond that, no idea what some of the other key matchups are going to be. The focus was very much on college this weekend. Let me pull some of that light down into here. Okay, at least now our casualties are starting to get a little bit more action on them there. Never did get the lighter stuff on the talons down here. I mean, it's not gonna be anything, not gonna be anything terribly fancy. I think I might. Let's not. I better thin that down a little. Yep. That made a lot more sense. Do that up here now. Okay, and more light on the panther. I thought about almost doing like the stripe thing on there, but I don't think we'll do that. Catch a little more of the dark there, or the light there, sorry, on his leg. Hey there, Nishlin, how you doing? See, Armored Wolf, I was trying to, I guess Iowa State was, I think they had a bye this week. Because BYU, they had the big comeback win. And of course, SMU, they had a comeback win today also. So I think it's SMU in Pittsburgh. That's going to be a big game on Saturday. I think Miami is in another trap game situation again, where they would possibly be looking past. So yeah, let's see, Texas Tech. That's not going to be an automatic thing for Iowa State there. And of course, Texas A&M, South Carolina almost. I mean, South Carolina should have beat LSU. South Carolina almost beat Alabama. It took a miracle for Alabama to win that game. So, Nishlin, I hope that you're doing well. And once again, happy Sunday to you. So, Nishlin, we're having some fun with a very Nurgley Wraith right here. Yeah, you would think, Sarge, that Army would be able to dispatch of Air Force easily, but I'm not so sure about that. I mean, that may not be Army Navy, but still, it's a service academy game. And I just, something tells me with service academies, you just you chuck all the records and the stats and all that stuff aside. Of course, that didn't really matter much for Florida State. Usually, again, that's a rivalry game, but the Canes just kind of pushed them aside like they were not even there. Okay, now I'm going to try and get my later stuff going here with the quinacridone magenta. Initially, I'm glad that you're actually getting a chance to do some painting now. That's extra fun. I hope that a lot of folks will be able to get in some miniature painting on their Sunday as well. Now remember, I used the Oracle, the flashlight, to see if any of the source lighting would reach this because it's a raised surface, but checked the Oracle and it said no, he's actually casting a shadow, enough of a shadow anyway, so that none of this is actually getting any of the green light from the sword. There. Now, Sarge, we're kind of, I guess we're sort of creating new rivalries now. Still so much to get used to with all these teams moving around. I don't know how many streams did we just try to spend figuring out, okay, who the heck is going to which conference? And what those implications might be. I might, yeah, I'm going to try and get a little bit more of my later stuff on the one bottom of the leg here. Like so. Yeah. That just needs a little more light down there. Catch some of that up here. Not down there, I don't think. I'm going to try and get a little bit more on this. This guy over here. Blending brush. A little bit of something there. A little bit of something down here. Blending brush again. Yeah, Armored Wolf, that, and of course, there's a whole bunch of folks that to them that makes perfect sense, right? Yep, there's a whole bunch of folks that think, well, that's, what's wrong with that? A bit more over here, there we go. Yeah, okay, that really does help a bunch. I think we're pretty good over on this side. I'm going to try to find a little more light, maybe a touch more light down in here, and we'll let that mix with what's there, of course. Yeah, that works. Touch more light on the edge of that. No, no skin there, but we will get, again, some lighter stuff on a few of these rocks. Might even just use our dry brush thing for some of that. Couple more lights on these rocks here. So yeah, that difference there with the cooler colors and then the warmer stuff behind it, big difference there. Now let me see what it can do back on the upper surface of these wings. I think I'm still, yeah. Let me get some more of my fast matte white out here. There. And let me, some of our Terra Rosa got on there. Hopefully this will not be too light. On the edge of the wing up here. And then down in here. There's just a little bit of the skin in there. I was thinking I could make that later. No, we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that one section there. Here I'm gonna also try to get me some of that. Now on this crest of the wing spine here, or the whatever. Blending brush to take some of that down. Some of that up in here. Now I need a little more of just the skin color there, not too much of the highlight. Too much thinner. Too much thinner. I'm going to take some of that away. There we go. Now it's almost a dry brush consistency. That's what I needed. We'll do another batch over here. And another batch over here. Some of that up here, and now maybe a little bit more of this greenish tone. That's much more of a sickly green for sure. And it's a little too late. Just knock that back a little bit here. Right along that spine there. Right up in here. I'm going to try and get just a touch more on the end of this. And now let's try this wing. Right over here. Some light on the end of that. And if it's too late, I'll just take my blending brush and we can remove a little bit of it. So that's mostly perline black. That's our dark green, and then it's got some of the Indian yellow in there, a little bit of the floral green, and then some of our Mars Yellow Deep is in there as well. It's kind of again, the supercharged yellow ochre color. Alright, so it's not just later, we have all kinds of colors going on here. I mean, there's a whole kaleidoscope of colors. of that lighter stuff in here. I'm gonna, oh yeah, let me take some of this. It's that brown color. Now some of our rust for this. There we go. Also that. Try and sneak in a little more rust on the metal over here, and then I might try to go even lighter with my rust. Give me some of the scarlet, because that was starting to look too much like our yellow and not much like our rust color. I'm gonna grab me a... Okay, no, we'll just roll with the... Oh, let's try that. That's our Hansa yellow, a little bit of the Naphthol scarlet together for what I hope is going to be some very light rust here. I think it's doing that. Taking a bit more of that right along here. Now some of that lighter rust here as well. That thing is kind of in shadow, so we don't want to do too much of that. I'm just going to do a little hint of the rust there, and not much more. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll put a little bit more of our lighter stuff right in here with the white. That's where the rust would be scraped away. It's where we weather our weathering. So we'll take some of our fast matte white here. Maybe get a little bit of that light blue with it. And that's where I'm just going to do right here along these edges here, where again, maybe the rust gets kind of chipped away, worn away. And maybe even make it look like there's some chips or scratches or whatever on the metal here. That seems to be helping there. This is where we're at over here. Let me see if... Yep, that's doing it now. I just wasn't sure if that was gonna really read the way I need it to, because there was no separation between all those armor plates there. And I think now we've got ourselves some decent separation. Try and catch a little more of the light edge up there, and then I don't want it to be a continuous line, right? I'm trying to make it look like things have been just sort of and thanks for the follow there to Headbang. Appreciate that. Sorry if I didn't see that. I thought I did. Oh, I mean, that might have happened while I was away. That's right, when we were getting some more medicine, because that was right about an hour ago. So my apologies there if I missed that. Taking just a little edge of that off. Now here I'm going to go back to my brown. That's actually part of the stirrup there, so I need that to stand out from the cloth there. That's got the gonna have the green object source lighting, so no need to mess with that at all. I might try to lighten this up over here with our green. Let's see what happens there. Got this. Might even just utilize a little bit of the radiant green. Where can we stick our finger here? Yeah, this little leading edge right here has to get lighter. So I'm looking at that going, that green is not terribly light. Why is that not looking like it's separating from the regular skin tone? That's because we didn't have our lightest stuff going on there. That's even a little more of our light, and that, oh, there we go. So that's what I needed there. So successful. So what are we at? 3.5 hours in. And 3.5 hours ago, we had no paint on this at all. There was no source lighting. There was no rust. There were no pustules. None of that stuff. Now under here, let me see if I want to... Nope, I'm going to go with the violet. That's it. We're going to take this. We have some white here. And hopefully this far out on the end of the wings, that might just look like gray. But a more interesting gray. That is just about what we got going on there. Yep. So we're using some violet on our wings here now. Because, well, when I show you our Skaven guy that we did, again, this is part of our latest army painting series. So we're trying to get the... Yeah, that's really... Ooh, that's very nice there. Now, we'll do this on the other wing too. And look at what I'm holding this brush. I just got 2 fingers on it also. Can I get some of that here? Yes, I can. Yeah, look at that. It's making a nice difference. Just like here we have the skin tone going into the greenish gray. Now we've got the skin tone going into something that's almost like a violet gray here. Maybe that's a little more than I wanted in that area. Blending brush takes care of that. Thanks for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Appreciate that, Armored Wolf. I will try to take another one of our ring rates here and get that shortened up, put that on the YouTube channel. It's been a little too busy here. I haven't had a chance to convert one of our videos here, or one of our Twitch sessions anyways. So that violet can start to work its way into the skin there. Now we've got this same deal here. More again. There we go. Some more of this right here. So big difference between that and this. Now we'll try and repeat this over here again, getting the violet into the white basically. And over the top of this we go. violet there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much for the follow, Mustik. Appreciate that. Um, you must have been around during the plague. It's like, yeah, it was kind of rough. You know, I'm eating all the dead bodies, and you catch stuff when you eat dead bodies that are funky. Who would have thought? It's like, looks like you really haven't changed your habits. Like, no, these guys are very fresh. You want to join them? Maybe I should step away from this conversation. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Moostic. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6? What's going to happen? All right, there you go. That's just a fine roll. He's just trying to avoid the ones. He's just looking to avoid the ones. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. As we get more of our violet here on the underside of the underside of the wings. We did this on the, well, we'll call it the right-hand wing. Now getting over here on the left. All right, Sarge. Yeah, Sarge. Again, sorry that it's so late. And I know it's a long day of working. Well, hopefully we'll see you. We'll see you on Monday there, Sarge. And yeah, take care of yourself there. And thanks, of course, for the bitses there too. Appreciate that. You know, I'm gonna go a little. Whoops, no, maybe not that late. Well, let's try. Let's see what happens here. So that does work. There we go. A little bit more of a light on the wings section there. And I just have these two fingers on the brush. That's it. And it's my hand is almost not on the brush anymore. You can't have a lighter grip on the brush than that, pretty much. So yeah, now that's starting to look in line with what we've got on the other side. I might try to advance the violet a little bit further up the wing here. Let me see if we can make this happen. It's pretty much the same value. It's not like we're doing something dramatically darker or lighter. It's about the color itself. And trying to make this look as kind of sickly as possible. So yeah, there's a bunch of folks that they were not. They're like, oh yeah, once they changed that whole thing about how he kind of leeches off of surrounding casters, he wasn't worth it anymore. I'm like, well, wait a minute. He can use will points as fate points. The only other character I know of in the game that can do that is the Necromancer, which basically makes him unkillable. So that could make him like a tar pit. That's the word I'm looking for. Yes. Usually ring wraiths are not tar pit units, but he just might be. That is something we will have to experiment with. Oh yeah, that is, we're getting some nice violet stuff going on. Now let me see if we can get some of that down into the skin here too. Not needing a ton of it, but definitely some. Because the more of that, I think that'll also act as a nice little differential to the to the magenta, the quinacridone magenta we put in there. Alright, we got that going. Some more of that. That's gonna get a little bit down into here. I think I might go a little darker with it. Down into this. There's a little recess right there. So JD, it actually gives you more leverage, more control. The other important thing is, especially with the oils, I mean, it's helpful with the acrylics too, but if you get a death grip on the brush like that, well, first of all, I'm a little bit like an inch and a half away from the miniature, so that is less helpful for getting it painted. But with the oils, what happens is a lot of times people are literally scraping the paint off the miniature because, again, they got a death grip on the brush and they're almost attacking it like this. The other thing too is, let's say you have a longer paint session, and people have told me this for sure when they kind of switch to that lighter grip on the brush. They say, "Wow, you know what? I'm nowhere near as tired after a few hours of painting." So it's got a kind of a suite of benefits there. But yeah, you get that death grip on that brush. It's going to be really hard not to maybe scrape away some of the paint that's sitting on there. It's very hard to get these kind of flowing brush strokes here as well if you've got that same death grip on the brush. I've literally seen people practically holding their brushes like this. I mean, it's like they're just looking to stab somebody. And I'm thinking, well, that can't be a comfortable way to be painting, at least not for very long. So that is why we suggest doing the lighter grip on the brush. Yeah, we got all kinds of fun stuff going on there in the skin on these wings now. No problem there, JD. Now, actually, some of this that's down that you can still see there, some of that is actually the primer. Oh yeah, well, the other thing, JD, too, when you think about all the dry brush stuff that we do, I mean, yeah, that's going to be really tough to do with a really tight grip on the brush. Yeah, so just imagine all of the, I mean, even this is practically what we're doing here is almost like a dry brush. That is super difficult. Again, we've got, just super tight grip on that brush. I'm going to get a little bit more of my violet on that brush to mess with this down in here. Also down in here. Maybe take away a touch of the light right there. Also going to tone that thing down. Let me see if I can maybe get something a little lighter in the blue here. Maybe we'll just use this, the radiant blue. Okay, less thinner though. A little less thinner, and just trying to catch a few lights on the top parts of his clothes there. So again, I don't quite remember where these particular casualties came from. I'm so used to say like the Medbury miniatures casualties. You know, this one, fine, I might on some of these rocks that are right out here by the end, I might get some lighter stuff on them. Let me see what we can do on his hair down here. I'm gonna try and give him some eyes. Now I'm gonna try and get some dark down in there. Some Van Dyke Brown. Okay, there's one. Instead of the blood effect, I'll just roll on with some of our fabulous Perline Crimson here. We'll do that. Touch more of that down over in here. Alright, so yeah, we've got ourselves, this guy's, he's not doing so well right there. And he's kind of got his, well, his shirt somewhat exposed there. We will do some bloody stuff over that too. That actually is a nice little contrast to everything else. Maybe some of that on his hands there. Perline Crimson, not a cheap color, but boy, does it really, it does a lot. Okay, yeah, that certainly changed these guys around and gave them a whole lot of extra kick.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much, Wraith Painter. Well, that's very appropriate, right, Wraith Painter? I think Wraith Painter should have another Wraith. Yes, thank you so much for that follow, Wraith Painter. Appreciate that. It's a Wraith extravaganza, because we'll wait. More Wraiths. But wait, there's more Wraiths, and there could be even more Wraiths if we could just keep grabbing them, because I think I've got at least 6 or 7 of them all the way down in the basement now, in the photo booth. So thank you so much, Wraith Painter. Appreciate that. It's a special guest. Thanks, Wraith Painter. Actually, I have... Oh, there's another one over here. Let me push him out of the way. This is another one from Navarette Studios here. Since the start of October, we have painted now. This is our 10th Ring Wraith that we've done. All different kinds of color schemes. We actually have... Here's yet another one. Right here. All kinds of different color schemes, different themes, of course.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much, Shambatam. Oh, let me see. Do I have... Aha. Look at this. You're seriously not going to shoot me with that? He's like, yeah, I'm going to shoot you. It's like, that's... You realize it's a hobbit bow. He's like, no, man, this is a great bow. Maybe for hobbits. For me, that's a slingshot. So there we have a hobbit for Hobbitdom. Thank you so much, Hobbitdom. Now we are gonna do a couple of these. Now a hobbit did show up. What's gonna happen on our Gandalf 6s right here? What's gonna happen? Oh, well, look at that. Not just double 3s, but I think 2 of the last 3 rolls have also been 3s. So thank you so much, Hobbitdom. Appreciate that. And don't forget, It might actually happen in November where some of our hobbit holes are not that much bigger than our Easterling buildings, and I'm actually going to try, now that I have these fabulous holders, I'm going to try and paint some of those hobbit holes. We actually have painted tons of hobbits on stream, so thank you so much, Hobbitdom. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Get a little bit more of the... Yeah, there we are. Of course, Gandalf appreciates all of his little hobbits is there. No, we gotta go a little light in that. Let's see what that's gonna give us here. Okay, that's good. That's good. Little touch more light right in here if we can. No, blending brush. There we go. Well, thank you, Hobbitdom. My apologies that my language foo is not very great. But Gandalf appreciates all of his little hobbits' areas. Why do these guys get to fly around on this? And I jump on an eagle once or twice, and boy, he puts up a fuss. That's the other thing we'll probably be painting in November is our eagles on the eagle nests. That's actually the thing I might try to set up those prints for tonight. That's what I was trying to do, is get those eagles going. You know what? Let me make this a little bit lighter over here. Took even more paint out of the brush. Touch more of that here. There we are. Merci, Hobbitdom. Let's see. Je ne sais pas français. More like franglais. That's about the best it would ever be. But bonjour. Touch more of our light right on the skin there, and we will do the same over on this side here. I know, I think it was a French stream. Oh, that's right. I was trying to use Google Translate. Merci. Hobbitdom. Merci. A little more light over here, maybe? Okay, a couple dots there. Now, ooh. I think we got some more of these. We got some more Connect and Magenta to dish out right here. Let's do that. It's been a long time since I last had this on the palette. That's for sure. So we're doing it maybe a bit more. Now we'll get the lighter version of that in here. More, yeah, let's get some more of our weight into this. See what this is going to do here. See, I tried to use Google Translate so that I could at least let them know I was there, and I just wanted to say thanks. And you never quite know what you're going to get with Google Translate. Sometimes you get some really unusual results. And of course, someone we used to raid, they were from Strasbourg. And that's right, we said we were fellow potentially Strasbourgians, because I could swear that I had some relatives that did live in Strasbourg. I just, man, let's not go too crazy with that. Let's just leave that alone. Now over here, I think I've done my darkest dark. I'm gonna try some of the Payne's Gray, some of our Mars Black. And I'm going to see if there are some parts of our cloak here that we really could. Yes, we can make those a little darker there. Hey, Full Wild, nice to see you again, and welcome back, Irid. So, Irid, I'm sure that was super relaxing. One of the things I was trying to do before the stream, since it's going to be a very early morning tomorrow, was try to at least do a little bit of exercise stuff and also try and take a shower, because it had been enough days of hard work to that. Yeah, we need to really kind of scrape away some of the grime, as you might say. That does actually kind of. I might do that in a couple other places. Here again, some of our Payne's Gray, that's the Williamsburg version, so very much a bluish color. So see, we got that darker line there. We're going to take that and we're going to push that this way and that way. Now, I always wonder, since Winsor Newton is made in France, I always keep wondering, is it just easier to get these there than, say, Williamsburg, Gamlin, whatever? I would imagine so. So yeah, Full Wild. Oh yeah, Garo. That was the Romans had some funny food habits. Now I guess you could have a debate. Which is potentially, shall we say, more of an acquired taste, Garo or Vegemite? I'm not sure which of those is more of an acquired taste. Because I've seen certain folks, on a challenge, try to consume some Vegemite, and just the opening of the container pretty much has them passing out. That's interesting that the Schminky stuff is made in England. Yeah, Full Wild. I think I still have yet to have a Schminky paint. I'll have to try and just see if I can't get one. I do believe that Dick Blake does have Schminky paint. And of course, we will also, again in November, we will be getting into our holiday spirit with some ornaments. Obviously, those and some of our more planetary type ornaments. Ooh. Yeah, we need a little bit of dark and separation. Here too, we need a similar thing where those are not quite being separated anymore. Same down over here. And of course, well, now that we know that in Europe they've done their time change, it's also much earlier in the morning. So instead of 9:04, I think it's still only 8:04. Yeah, that full wild. I'll have to try and find a schminky color that we could compare to as many of our other brands as possible, right? Something that we have in all four other brands: the Windsor, Newton, Williamsburg, Gamlin, and Richardson. Well, now I have here it is. Come on, that is being very persnickety there. 1 second, there we go. Now I've used these once or twice. What I used more of their stuff was their stuff for painting ceramic and metal. Basically, it was a paint that you could put in a conventional oven, and that would actually essentially fire it almost like a kiln. But yeah, you just needed a conventional oven and not a kiln. Those seem to have quite a bit of safflower oil in them / linseed oil. And they've only used them a couple times. I don't have that many of them. Never really knew, okay, is it PBO or is it Pebeo? Never really knew which way they wanted or that was supposed to be pronounced. You know what? There's separation over there too. Down on these guys. Full Wild, I did try Holbein in the early days because Holbein was I did watercolors, right, and I always wanted some Holbein, so I thought, oh, we'll get some Holbein oils. Now I think if we're just doing maybe regular 2D stuff, they would be okay. And Stila also noticed the same thing because, well, they're made in Japan of all things. So that was easier for Stila to get, and Stila used them and said, yeah, I see what you mean. They kind of, again, they're a little bit heavy on the linseed oil and stuff, so they tend to be kind of slimy and slide off of the miniatures. They also tend to take a long time to dry. But yeah, that was weird to think that those are made in Japan, and that's why Stila used them at first, because it was much easier to get. And I don't know if they were made in Japan back when I was doing watercolors, but yeah, it's very much a surprise to find out, wait a minute, where are they from? Of course, that obviously jacks up the price too. And again, some folks, maybe they don't mind the extra linseed oil, whatever, but for me and what I do, yeah, that whole bunch of extra linseed oil is just not going to be helpful. Okay, there we go. We're starting to reinvigorate these a little bit with the quinacridone magenta. Like you do. There we go. Knock that down a little. There are some more of these in here. It's real hard to get to. I'm going to see what I can do with these guys as well. Maybe even that too. That carries some of our quinacridone magenta that way up into the skin texture there. Boy, oh boy, I've been waiting to do this Nurgley Wraith for weeks now. It was well worth the wait. I am hoping to have either the Navarette Studios Witch King, I'm pretty sure I got him printed out, or it would be the version from Medusa Project. One of those two. Now, I'm glad that works for you there, full well. That's fantastic. Thank goodness we've got the nice high quality parchment paper here. Yeah, with the cardboard underneath that too. Kind of the same idea, right? Hmm. I do have a micro blending brush here. There's a couple of these guys up here I need to get to with our quinacridone magenta. Let me see if I can pick off some of these. There we are. Yep, okay, got some of those guys now. Now, full wild, I know for sure that I've never used any of the Bob Ross stuff. Now, I think that's another reason why I really do like the Williamsburg paint. That is also that you could call that firm paint. The Richardson stuff is not. The Richardson stuff is actually probably closer to the Holbein stuff. Now, of course, full wild. I suppose if I were to use the Holbein stuff again, we have mitigation techniques now that we didn't really have back then, so it might not be quite so much of a troublesome thing now. Unfortunately, I think my Holbein paints are still at somebody else's house, so I don't think I actually have any of them here. Also, too, well, the other thing that happened was the colors that I had, the radiant colors, sort of took the place of that as well. I think that's another thing that happened. So again, trying to get a little bit more of the violet up in there. Touch more of it over here. Maybe even some of it reaching up that way. Not too much over there. No. I will take my blending brush here just to soften some of this. Well, what it really is doing is taking away some of the green. You can kind of see some of that now out on the end of the brush there. Now this over here, I do think I need to get some of my grayish color out here because we got a lot of the rust color on that. I don't want that to take away from my actual rust. You know what? Let me use my micro blending brush on this again. Same thing here. There we go. So now that looks more like rust right there. This blending brush here. So yeah, the combination maybe of, say, the fast matte white and our other alkyds would probably have a big effect there. And of course, now we just do so much more with the dry brush stuff. Now I'm pretty sure that the radiant colors are only a series 2, which probably makes them, well, not probably, definitely makes them cheaper than the Holbeins. Series 2? Series 2. Well, yeah, I've got a few radiant colors that are just so close to those Holbein colors. Is well, the thing about and they don't have any alkyds in them, but the radiant colors, they tend to not take a long time to dry, even though they're opaque colors. Now, we haven't really done a whole lot of our lighter cloth, I think, on this side, so I'm going to get me a little bit more of that here. Some more of that over here. Blending brush here. Maybe a little touch of that down in here. Yeah, for most of the colors that we use, right? They're either Series 1, Series 2. Now you get into some of the specialty stuff, or do we call them exotics? You know, those like the interference, the fluoros and stuff. Those are not going to be the cheapest ever. That's for sure. Back into some of my green here, because I think some over, and it's really more just a green tint as opposed to putting heavy duty. You know, we're not looking to do that down here, but that did need to be tinted more towards the green. I think these two right here. So Irid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link again there in the chat, that'd be fabulous. And I think, well, now we cycle back around to your next stream will be on Thursday, right? Give me some of the Indian yellow mixed into that. So everybody please check out the Pinterest link there that Irid just shared. Pop a little bit of this on here. Okay. This is another place I think we're going to take a little bit more of our darker green up in there. Maybe this too. That might also get a little bit more. Oh, wait a minute here. Let's do that down here. Let's get some of that mid-range green over here. Not too light, not too dark. That does have to have some of our opaque stuff in it. And in that case, radiant green. Again, the radiants were a completely accidental discovery. I think maybe it was Grimm that spotted those. Either there was Green Fairy Studios, and the legend of the radiant colors was born. They have fairy dust in them. It's not so much about just the color and the appearance of it. It's as much as the effect that it has on other colors that it's combined with. Now this might need my lightest green. Let me see if this is even going to work here. That's got a lot of thinner in it. Because the sword is up here. Actually, ooh, speaking of which, floral green here. Come on. Now the floral green, the orange, for whatever reason, when you do something like this with them, really has a big effect. You do this with, say, the blue. The magenta is another good one. The blue and the violet just don't have that same effect. And this is not a glaze or anything like that. Remember, the fluorescents are super ultra translucent. So just painting them, again, almost in a dry brushy way, is almost the equivalent of doing like a glaze. That is how ultra translucent they are. And I'm going to do that over here too. Yeah, that's just a tint what is there, just to knock it down a little bit. I'll get me a little bit of that down in here. Over here on that wing. So it does knock down the lightness of it, but it doesn't hurt the color intensity, because that's, again, we want the saturation contrast here as much as anything else. Carrying that through here. Touch more of our green there. Maybe a little more on that. Maybe a hint of it down here. That's it, just a little small hint of it there. It's a little bit of our lighter green for right along that one fold here. Also that one and that one. Pinch of our light down here. Just a little hint of the green, that's all. Doesn't, not going to reach all the way down there, that's for sure. And that was blocked from getting the light by the Wraith himself, actually. Might try to maybe make these some a little lighter. I don't know, let me see how this works. Hint more of our light there. No, brush is way too frayed and spread out, so we'll reconstitute that. Some of these guys too. Again, I'm going to catch a bit more of the light on these. These guys here. This one. I'm gonna try. See what happens here. I'm gonna take this brush maybe. We've got, that's that supercharged burnt umber, and we're just gonna try and do some dry brush things with it here. Again, this is more about staining this, so we're not looking to darken it or lighten it. It's really just to try and add a bit of a color on there. So again, just some of this brown here. And hopefully that kind of gives it some stained look. Kind of on the ends of the fabric here. And of course, this is from Navarette Studios, 3D printed. And again, the Witch King that we'll do, that one's either going to be a Navarette Studios one or from Medusa Project. Those are, I think, that's the last of them from each of those guys. I don't think I have any more from them. I have other ring wraiths. Oh yeah, you think we're out of wraiths? No, there's more. It just depends which one I will get prepped first, and we've been saving the orange glowy sword for the Witch King. So yes, We painted this one probably last year on Halloween, or maybe 2 years ago on Halloween, something like that. So we'll be doing again a Witch King on our Monday stream. And then, of course, on the Tuesday stream, a very special Tuesday stream, it's going to be the birthday stream for Kathy. We got that. We will be doing those Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So it will be an unusual, it'll going to be very different from the Ring Wraith stream, that's for sure. Mine does, we'll keep our green in there. We'll keep that. I am going to try to see. Maybe we separate those fingers a little bit more. I will take the phthalo green combo here. Also gonna try and get a little bit, there we go, on that bottom side there. Okay, so now I think that the sword has a little gradation on it that it didn't quite have before. I'm going to try to get me a little bit more of our lighter stuff on that sword hilt, though. Let me do this here, more thinner. Where can we stick our finger on this thing? We're going to try and do this. It's just a couple little edges there. Now let's try this with our darker stuff. And here I might just roll with the Perlene Black. That's our super dark green. This edge too. Ah, there we are. There is a teensy touch of our rust in there as well. Let me roll this up over the top here to reinstate these folds a little better. This one too. Alright, I think we got it there. Now over on this side, I still need to have some kind of ambient light in there. Which means going back to this. That's not quite light enough. Let's do a little bit more of our blue. That's our radiant blue, speaking of the radiance. So again, here, look at that. We just virtually have almost 2 fingers on that brush. A very light grip. I think that's why some folks, why they actually, the brush shakes in their hand a lot, because they have too much of a grip on that, right, Rottweiler? How you doing there, Rottweiler? Everybody please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. So Rottweiler, more ring rates, yes indeed. So Rottweiler, that was, I think you were more like me doing the late night stream there. So everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. This is a bit more of a Nurgley Wraith. Look at all the pustules right there. This one is the Undying. And we've been doing him a little bit more like our Skaven. Right, here's one of our tutorial series on the Patreon page there. Now, last night, there we go. That is very much a Wraith of a different color right there. He's going to be getting some snow and ice on his base. Lots of rust there. And, of course, here we have the yellow glow on him. So a little bit of Aegis Sigmar there. I hope that, again, I'm sure that was an absolute blast. we've been having a blast here with all kinds of, again, a Wraith of a very, very different color. Oh, wait. There's more. Oh, yeah. Now, this one is from Medusa Project. Another very fun Wraith. But wait, there's certainly more. Also, too, we've done some Moria stuff. We painted a Balrog. We painted the dragon right here. Again, he is not Smaug. He's just a regular cave dragon, so not terribly huge. And I think you saw the Watcher in the water, right, Rottweiler? So yeah, Rottweiler. Well, it was a big day in college football, and it sounds like it was a big day of football and hockey in the Rottweiler household. And again, Rottweiler, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Now, it's going to be a super early morning here. Let's see, what is it, 3:30? So, yeah, probably... oh, yeah, it's going to be a very early morning here. And there's still a lot of work yet to do. Give me a little bit more of our light in here. Again, that's our violet color there. Now, hopefully the games went well. Hopefully they ended up on top. Everybody, please check out that Insta link there that Rottweiler just shared. And everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Of course, we're using the oil paints like always, and 4 hours, 27 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. This, as we like to say, this was a paint-free object 4.5 hours ago. The nifty thing is, by this time tomorrow, if this is not completely dry, it'll be reasonably dry. And that's kind of how all of our wraiths have gone. They've pretty much been either dry the next day, or at least I could handle them to some degree. Easy enough to get pictures and such. Yeah, Rottweiler, there was a little bit of pugilistic activity at the close of that game. I don't know if there's going to be some ejections there. But let's just say that Vanderbilt almost needed to buy some more goalposts. I mean, I know they're renovating the stadium anyway, but yeah, they're running through goalposts like crazy. It was quite the day for backup quarterbacks. And who would have thunk that Indiana and Oregon would be top of conference? Well, there's this other team in there too. There's the Garnet and Gray. They talk about a scare. Yeah. Penn State kind of, they picked things up in their game. But Penn State, Ohio State, that should be a very interesting game next week. And of course, we cover it all here on the Wappleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. Now, eventually, all teams in college football are going to belong to the APCC over there. See that logo? That's the American Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, including during the game, so you want to switch sidelines. As long as you can find a uniform, you can play on the other team. And then you can switch back, too. Yes, you're sick and tired of sitting on the bench. Well, you just jump on the other team. Yeah, Rottweiler, it's really weird to think basketball and hockey underway as well. Now, I don't know if they're fixing to have a little bit of a renaissance there, or is the Eastern Conference going to be a little bit too steep of a hill to climb for them? Boy, Rottweiler, I almost said Campbell Conference. Yeah, and like the Smythe division and stuff. I was going back into the Wayback Machine there. All right, again, having some fun with that quinacridone magenta. Hey there, Ratu. Happy Sunday. So, Ratu, it sounds like Banco had a really fantastic birthday stream. Denethor was here. And I guess there was maybe one or two technical issues or something like that, but Banco still had a blast. Because I was thinking it had been a little while since Banco last did a stream. Hey, yo, how you doing? Happy Sunday. So yeah, what is it here? It is 3:36 in the a.m. here. Now, of course, hey, Rathu, you guys did your time change too, right? Because I know it's in the UK, I think they did their time change. So 35 hours worth. Well, let's see. I think Jamie Daggers, I know Denethor was doing some stuff. There was a cast of thousands to help make that happen. Nope, not gonna mess with that. Not gonna mess with that right there. Let me see if I can. Looking at these wings here. Let me mess around a little bit of this darker green. Oh boy, just a touch darker. Yeah, I was. It sounded like that was kind of like oh gosh, what is it? Spark Minis. When Spark Minis does that long birthday stream, there's somebody to kind of step in and do join in and kind of take over, so some sleep can be had. Let me get a little more of this again, this darker green here. Not much of it, just a few little areas here in the shadows, like so. So see you later there, Rottweiler. Yeah, now actually, who are they? Everything has been so focused on college, I forgot what some of the matchups are for Sunday. Now, of course, now the Vikings they dropped to 5-3, right, Rottweiler? So the NFC North is going to be a very interesting division. It's kind of like the SEC, where now there's going to be a lot of well, it's going to be tough to maintain those records once you get into divisional play. Well, Rottweiler, we've been talking about trap games for next Saturday. There's a bunch of trap games, and that one's got "It's a Trap" written all over it, right? Because the temptation is to, shall we say, look past Tennessee there. So, yep, hopefully Hopefully they don't end up looking too far out ahead and just stay focused on Sunday. Now, I guess there is a pathway for all four teams. Well, like I guess right now, if the playoffs were to start today, all four teams would actually make it to the playoffs. Again, once divisional play starts to really happen in earnest, well, things are going to change there. Yeah, Rottweiler. I mean, as a coach, you can try and keep warning and warning and warning and say, look, there's a reason why they play the game. Because stuff happens. Now, what we're going to do over here, I'm going to take some of that darker green, like so. We'll drop that into here. I might even throw a little bit of that on the end of these guys here. Okay, more of our... That's our Perline black. That's super dark green. There we go. So again, 4 hours, 37 minutes ago. This was just primer. This whole thing, first thing we established is always our glow, our object source land. That's kind of where it all begins. And it stems from there. Because if you establish your source lighting, well then you know, okay, this area, I don't even need to try and paint any of the ambient color here, because it's all just going to be the super light green or whatever. It's one of the reasons why actually entire armies are easier to paint with all object source lighting. Just take a look at those Morgul Knights that I painted, which basically had two light sources on them. Yeah, now, I guess in today's environment, he can't do some of the other things that Dick Buckus liked to do, which was, randomly bite other players. And, yeah, he might have had a wee bit of a mean streak to him, right, Weiler? So let's see, we're up 21 at a half. So he got to deliver the hits there, Rottweiler, instead of having somebody just bashing him in the face all the time after the snap. Yeah, Rottweiler keeps thinking that. Well, that's the actually there was I think it was North Carolina, yeah, not NC State, but it was the Tar Heels. I don't know if it was a defensive tackle or if it was. I think it was a defensive tackle. He got to. I think he did about a 70 some odd yard touchdown return out of as a fumble, or if it was an interception return. But yeah, he showed him. So he had some steps there. He had some steps. Now I'm just going to keep this dark here so that my rusty stuff shows up there. What was it? Oh yeah, the Hilgenberg family. That's it. Yes, they all played center. All like four of them. I think they were basically born with someone's hands between their legs or something like that, just waiting for that snap. Wow, so was it ESPN2 or something like that, Rottweiler? So congratulations. Let me get some of this darker stuff here now on some parts of the over here too. Down here now. Oh yeah. So Ratu again. Glad that Banco could have a whole bunch of fun on that stream. Twitch is twitchy though, right? Right, Arasu? You never know what kind of weird stuff it's gonna throw your way. And cool. We appreciate the follows because now we're at 9,021. So we've I think we're safely ensconced in that number now. I don't think we have to worry about it going back down under. But I'm telling you, Rottweiler, football is the new NBA. Because, well, there's, let's see. Was that the Louisville game? Yeah, that was Louisville Boston College. Actually, Friday. Freaky Friday. That's it, yes. College football now is Freaky Friday. There's even Tuesday night games. There's Wednesday night games. This is fantastic. I need to get me some of that dark in here. Oh, no, Rathu, no problem. I understand it's pretty early in the morning there. But I was just glad that Banco could do that. And again, the Twitch is certainly twitchy. You never know what kind of weird things that Streamlabs is going to do to you. It always seems to have some kind of new exotic torture. Okay, yeah, we need... Oh, this is also... That is not skin tone there. That is not skin tone, so we're going to take that. We're going to do a little something different on that. A little bit of that here too. Okay, there we go. Not sure now what that is, but we'll just leave it as is. And try one more little bit of light here on the ends of these talons there. Maybe this one over here too. Gonna hit this too here. But I do think, well, now we're getting close to the 5-hour mark here, and it's almost 4 a.m. And we got a whole bunch of things we have to do. So I'm going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Appreciate that. We've had a blast painting yet another one of our wraiths. This is 3D printed from Navarette Studios. I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. We appreciate that. Blending brush here. And again, it's either gonna be a Navarette Studios or or one of the Medusa project, but it will be the Witch King for our Monday stream. And again, we've got for our Tuesday stream, we got the Kathy figure. Also, we have these. Oh, hey there, hey Recoil, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Recoil. Thank you so much. Everybody, please give Recoil a real quick follow there. And Rico, if you wanted to share just super quick your all those buggies that you've been working on, please drop those in the chat. So thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. Yeah, Rico, sorry about that. But yeah, here, why don't you drop your stuff in the chat there? And I wasn't sure if you're going to try and stream. I know you want to try and stream every day. Circumstances allowing, right, Recoil? So thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. That is that's super handy. Oh, no problem there, Recoil. Now, I don't think we... Oh, wait a minute. 1 second. A little bit more of a light right there. Okay, there we have it. There we go. So thanks, Recoil. I'll shoot you a message as soon as I can after the stream, because we've been trying to figure out some, printer stuff and all that. So I'm going to get this rate countdown underway here. Again, now we're heading over to Hixieland. That's what you should call a stream, Hixieland. Okay, there we go. All kinds of fabulous greens and browns. Thank you so much, Eric. Appreciate you. And thank you so much for the raid. And I will catch everybody on our Monday stream.